All right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. How's everybody doing today? First, want to give a shout out to the replay gang. If you missed the party we are about to have, guarantee you it's going to be a good time. But if you want to be here live and be part of the party, all you got to do is hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so you'll be notified every time I come live, and we will be here. We got Kluke in the building. What's up, Kluke? We got Randy in the building. Hello, Randy. Welcome, welcome. How are you guys doing? So really quick before we dive into today's activities, I want to give a shout out to the sponsor of this stream, MySickShirt.com. Just go to MySickShirt.com. There's a bunch of awesome designs here. And of course, I forgot to wear mine today, but you can get your own The Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense t-shirt of your own. So, with that out of the way, today we are going to be talking about national divorce. So it's been something that's been, in the conversation a lot over the last, I'd say, couple of years. You heard more from like conspiracy-minded people about the country, or more so states seceding before that. But like I said, ever since, really 2-3 years ago, you started hearing more and more mainstream people really talking about this. So let's start off with one of my favorites, Dave Smith. What does he have to say? Short thing here to get us into the stream. As always, you guys know how StreamYard is. If there's no sound, please do let me know.
National divorce. We've seen over the last 2 years more, and this is something that I think for the first time in my life, states' rights were really important. What your governor said was really important, not just like around the margins.
He's talking about like during the Rona regime,
around like whether your life was ruined or not. And yes, okay, 48 out of the 50 governors blew it. But it's kind of interesting that 2 didn't. And I wonder, particularly with Joe Biden as the president right now, and particularly given the fact that a substantial portion of red state America views Joe Biden as an illegitimate president, and not in the way that the blue states viewed Donald Trump with this Russia shit. Really, they genuinely believe that the election was stolen. It does seem like right now the potential for states to actually start thinking about splitting away from the union is at least higher than it's ever been. And if what we're talking about with like a huge cataclysmic, economic event, in the case of that, I think it would be very likely that you would see some states be like, hey, we don't want to be a part of this anymore.
So just really, just as just to get us into the conversation, so Kluke says, wonder what 2 he means, DeSantis and yes, Abbott. Just saying that 2 of the governors said, no, we're not going to listen to this BS. Try not to curse in the first 10-20 minutes here, and kept their states open and really showed, Texas and Florida. Welcome, Vincent. How are you doing tonight, buddy? And they really showed the rest of us that could be done. Not that, it's a foregone conclusion that, the idea of, what the government says or what the federal government says goes. It really does come down to states' rights. And it really reminded a lot of people, or perhaps taught people for the first time, that the federal government is not the ones with the ultimate power. It's not even the state that has the ultimate power, but the individual. Now, of course, that's theoretical. In practical terms, you don't really have all that much power as an individual. But your vote obviously counts, an organization, all that good stuff. But point being, the state really, became much more relevant in people's lives, and that helped people determine which side of things that they maybe hadn't really thought about before do they fall, because we didn't ever think that we would literally be forced to stay in our homes. That was, supporting the government in most people's minds didn't translate to letting them inject you with this, that, or the other. And this is on top of any other political issue that you want to bring up. So it's time for something. I don't know what a national divorce would exactly look like. I don't know how we would do it. All I'm saying is the fact that people are talking about it so much, and it's not just some fringe conspiracy theory thing anymore. Something's got to be done. So let's start. Hey, we got Lil Toes in the building. What's up? So I figured let's take a look at some of what the people on the left and on the right are saying, and where does this fall? Who's got it right? Who's got what wrong? All of that good stuff. You guys obviously know I love Dave Smith. I just started with that quick little thing. But hey, White Lion, welcome to the channel. It's your first time hearing about a national divorce? It's a I mean, like I said before, it was a very fringe type of thing, but as we're about to see, it's a mainstream idea now. So the first thing, I'm probably going to get claimed for this, but I'll do it for you guys. So this is from Bill Maher from October of 2021. Oh, so national divorce. So it basically just means splitting splitting the country into two separate countries, so that the blue states would be their own country and the red states would be their own country. And we have so many issues now that we're coming up against the wall of where we can coexist with differing opinions. The Roe v. Wade stuff was a big part of this. In addition to the Rona jab, the fact that Roe v. Wade was overturned, for half the people of the people who care, half the people, it was the end of the world, and the other half of the people, it was the best thing that could have happened. And it's never really been an issue where we can coexist and have a point at which we agree. But we were ready to, let the different states do the different things and kind of everybody. That's how things were. But politics has changed drastically over the last even 5 years, but let's call it 10 years. So not only has the landscape of politics itself, with Trump coming in and changing the decorum, all of that stuff, and very, very true. It's I dig it. I like that. Black Tiger. White Line's all for it. And a lot of people say that it is a good idea. And I am definitely interested in it. But I have heard that it's not, just like everything else, it's not quite as simple as it seems. So like Luke is saying, like all things, a nuance of how to achieve such a thing peacefully is nearly impossible. Unfortunately, I believe you are correct, but no, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't take a look. Hey, we got Sketchy Plays in the building. Welcome. So, yes, I'm probably going to get claimed for this, but we have a video from Real Time with, definitely got it, 100%, White Line. That was the piece, I guess, that I was missing, is that the idea of a national divorce is there to prevent the Civil War. The idea being that if we continue to be one country, that we will eventually get to a hot civil war. A lot of people say that we are in a civil war, but it's a cultural war and all of that stuff. So thank you for the reminder of that part. That is a big part, because the alternative, theoretically, is a hot civil war. And so again, the what do we do? So let's let the sound. Let's see what Bill Maher's got for us.
And finally, New Rule Americans must answer the question posed on Twitter last week by Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. Should America have a national divorce? Now, I don't think Marjorie Taylor Greene should really be a representative at all. She's the house you tell your kids to avoid on Halloween.
So real quick, I want to, if you are a fan, or let's just say, if you do not hate Marjorie Taylor Greene, type a 1 in the chat, because we're going to come back to her.
But her question does represent the thinking of a lot of Americans on both sides. Ben Shapiro floated the idea that our best hope now is a friendly separation of states. 66% of Republicans in the South say they would support secession to join a new confederacy. 41% of Biden voters want to secede. I mentioned this in this space in our last editorial, in our last show, about how Trump is right now behind the scenes, spending every waking moment making the changes needed to really steal the election next time, because it's either that or trying to win voters with ideas. Crazy. But
who doesn't love Ben? And real quick, so White Lion saying NTG is a rhino. I'm interested what you think. What about her is rhino-ish in that way? We're gonna watch something from her a little bit later, and I'd love to know what you know. Yeah. So Vincent, that is, I don't know what I think. I want to say Illinois, but that could be completely wrong. But she's a congresswoman. She's very America First, Trump-esque, and that kind of woman. And she tweets a lot of, I don't want to say bombastic, but very controversial things. But I've seen her on Timcast IRL a number of times, and she seems as where'd it go? Kluk said it, right? She said she was all right. Yeah, she's all right. That's what I've gotten from her. So the but yeah, we're gonna come back to that. Georgia, thank you, Kluk.
a lot of people hit me up after that editorial and said, you know what? You scared the shit out of me. Good. Because now the question they're asking is, what can we do about this slow-moving coup? Great question. And here's the answer many will not like. If we want to halt this descent into civil war, we have to stop hating each other. The reason I say that many won't like that answer is because the act of hating people you don't exactly agree with has become so ingrained, so routine for so many people. I think if they stopped, they'd miss it. It's become so normalized now, we don't even notice how often someone online is wishing someone dead. Anyone we disagree with about anything is evil incarnate, and every argument goes from zero to homicide. Doesn't even have to be about anything important or consequential. You insulted Gossip Girl, prepare to die. There's a moment in my stand-up act these days where I ask the audience rhetorically, what should happen to all of the people who enabled Trump when he was in office? And about half the time, someone shouts out, kill them or hang them. Besides the fact that wishing people dead is a terrible place for your mind to be, if you're wishing them dead, you can be sure they're wishing you dead.
I don't think so, White Line. We'll come back to this, though.
You want a real war, liberals? Really? You think you're going to win the I want you dead war? You're not. You're going to lose. They have way more guns and they know how to use them. Yep. And with all due respect, no one can do hate like a right-wing conservative.
Bill Maher's going to Bill Maher. But White Lion, extremely hateful, as we can see. Let's see if he gets it.
This past Saturday, I was in the great city of Pittsburgh, PA, and the man who drove me in from the airport was from Bosnia. He was there in Sarajevo in 1984 when they had the Olympics. And he left sometime after that city became a war-torn hellscape. And he said to me, what I am seeing happening here now is exactly what I saw in Bosnia. Next-door neighbors would despise each other. He was telling me that hate on this level can only be sustained for so long before becoming actual war. Last year, a warehouse blew up in Beirut, Lebanon. Everyone agreed it was an accident. But last week, there was a march calling for the removal of the judge investigating the incident, and it turned into a street fight with automatic rifles and rocket-propelled grenades.
This is what we want to avoid. This is the dichotomy that's set up. It's either this or civil or national divorce. I'm not saying that is the only two answers. I'm just saying that's the conversation that is being had. Yeah. Me neither. I know. Well, I know one of my neighbors, but that's because she's always outside smoking cigarettes and pets Morty when we're walking. But other than that, I don't. And I live in a nice little development. You know, people do know each other. People do talk to each other. But we're becoming pod people. We are becoming pod people.
That most emotional of all issues, warehouse safety. Because when people despise each other,
I love how that joke just didn't land.
it doesn't matter what the issues are. When someone hates you, they don't hear what you're saying, let alone want to work with you on an issue. Today's Republicans don't have issues. Oh, they have issues. Just not like the ones they used to have. Balanced budget. They care about that about as much as they care about the new season of RuPaul's Drag Race. Owning the libs is the only issue. Obamacare wasn't a horrible or radical policy. It was desperately needed by many of the people who fought it. But it came from the people.
See, even when, because obviously when he gets super partisan, then that's kind of frustrating. But again, we are trying to look at both sides and again see what they are saying. We're not. This is not a prescriptive stream. You're not going to come away with this and like, oh, this is what we should do. That's not how all this works. But it'd be great if it did, but it doesn't. So we're opening a conversation and we are trying to figure out what is the best way to move forward. So, obviously when he comes with this partisan shit, it's annoying, but we want to hear him out. And usually he comes around to a pretty good point. Says, I knew my neighbors back in Louisiana by name, and we all usually helped each other out. I know nobody here in Texas. Well, is that because you're just sitting in front of your computer all day? Because that's why I don't really know my neighbors. I can't blame it on anybody else but myself. Like I'm either in bed or I'm in this chair, like 90% of the time, unless I'm at work, obviously. Sketchy Place says, I hate that right people like this think conservatives are assholes and gunslinging racists only capable of hate. It's bullshit. I mean, it's Bill Maher. He's again, it's not like Bill Maher is trying to convince conservatives to think his way. He has a show where he preaches to other liberals, and it is what it is. He makes some decent points sometimes, but his biases are very clear. But I prefer that. I prefer that your biases are clear and out there. Because then we know, we could, whatever you say, if we agree, we can say, okay, even though you have some silly ideas over here, what you're saying here makes sense. If we have to completely follow everything somebody says or disregard everything they say, then, we're not going to get anywhere. Perfectly said, White Line. He is an entertaining D-bag. Yeah. I was gonna say, because MTG is all about Trump. I would be highly surprised if she was into an impeachment or anything like that. Klukes most likely lying. The biggest rhinos are Dan Crenshaw and his ilk. So talk to me about Dan Crenshaw. Like from what I understood, he was in good favor with the people that I found useful, even like on the left, like your Kyle Kalinskis. They would talk about Dan Crenshaw or Destiny or somebody like that. They would talk about Dan Crenshaw, and it wouldn't necessarily be like, oh, this is such an awful person. They would talk more about how they disagree, but seemed like somebody who was a little bit more rational. And then all of a sudden, he did something. I must have missed it. He did something, and everybody turned on him. I think he was on Rogan a bunch of times. Now Rogan won't bring him back. He's been on Tim Pool a bunch of times. Tim Pool won't bring him back. So who knows? Who knows? Yeah. So let me know a little bit more about this while we finish.
People they hated. Democrats keep thinking they can win over voters who hate them with better policies. You're dreaming. Democrats are always asking, why do Republicans vote against their economic interests? Because
that's what it is. The red flag laws. That's what it is. That makes complete sense now. Okay. Sorry, let's back this up. Thank you, Kluke.
Democrats are always asking, why do Republicans vote against their economic interests? Because they hate you. Comedians know this syndrome very well. You can have an act that kills in a good way.
Here comes a projection.
But if you insult the audience, if you make them hate you, dead silence. They will not give you that laughter. And if they don't laugh, it's not comedy. It's alternative comedy.
See, that's funny. And again, this is not what we're here to discuss. But of course, the projection. The left, or excuse me, the right is the one who hates everybody? No. No. The right is all about meritocracy. The left is the one that is the side that just automatically hates you for no reason. People on the right, and of course, there's extremists and crazy people on both sides, goes without saying. But the notion, I'm not even going to go there. You guys already know. It's crazy for him to be saying that the right is like this. When we know that the right isn't perfect, but they are not as bad as the left. So let's let him wrap this up.
So how do we stop Trump and the coup? Take it down a notch. Can we start with that? Is that really so hard? I know it would be easier if everyone bad would just die. But that's not a plan, and they're not going to.
See, even what he just said. I know that we just want everybody to know. That's the plan. You're right. That does seem to be the plan of leftists, is just make everything that they don't like go away. Where on the right, conversation, discussion, you can have that there. You may not get your way, but it's not a directocracy. It's a republic. It's a democratic republic. So it's not mob rule. Hey, we got Revolman in the building. Welcome, buddy. Welcome. How are you doing, bro?
It's up to all of us, right, left, and center, to fix this by de-escalating. So here's everybody's first assignment. Captain Kirk was blasted into space last week. And yes, you could use that to make a point about how we need to tax the super rich more, or how we still have problems on Earth, or toxic masculinity. Yeah, you could. But how about this? Don't. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy it. That William Shatner, national treasure, spirit animal to virgins, and I assume reverse mortgage salesman, went for a rocket ride and came back. Not everything has to be political. You want to heal America? Shut the fuck up for a while. Facebook went down for 6 hours a couple of weeks ago. We need to make that happen more.
So we see that at least from the left wing, or assuming Bill Maher represents that side, that it seems like they think that everybody who doesn't agree with them hates them. Okay. I'm not here to, dissuade you of those thoughts if that's where you are. Not on this stream, at least. But is that the reason we are going down this road that will fork with either civil war or divorce? That's the question at hand. Vomit, I'm doing pretty well, hoping that we don't end up in a civil war, but we'll see how that goes. But what are you guys thinking of the notions? Again, we want to think a little bit bigger and a little bit beyond the surface level. What do you guys think about the notion that liberals think this about Republicans, that if you're on the right, you hate me, and we cannot come to a common ground. We cannot find common ground, and so either we're going into a national divorce or we're going into a civil war. Do you agree with that? Do you think that is reasonable? Do you think that is accurate? Let me know what you think of that. Before we go to some more rational people, I figure let's laugh at some dummies a little more. And my favorite news outlet of all time, the Young Turks. I'm obviously being facetious there. Violence says, to be honest, I have no clue what's going on. Really, I don't pay attention to politics too much. I don't even know the difference between a Democrat or Republican, which is embarrassing to say, but I just stay in my own lane. Well, you have come to the right place, my friend. You have come to the right place. I mean, the big, the Democrats and Republicans, those are just the two big parties. and they purport to be representative of a certain type of ideal. So whatever your personal values are, you want that to be played out in the world, and you want that to be enforced by the government. That's how you want the world to, Christians want a Christian world, Muslims want a Muslim world, and everybody outside that has secular ideas that they want to push to everyone. For someone like myself, a lot of that is just the non-aggression principle, that what I want to push onto everybody else is the fact that you should respect property rights and not do anything that hurts anyone else. I want to push that on people, because if everybody follows that, then everybody gets to do whatever the fuck they want, as long as they're not hurting anybody. It's when you get these big parties with the Republicans who want, all this money for war and shit like that. I mean, they both want money for war, and that's how they get rich. That's why Trump's the only president that never got us into a new war. But it's obviously more complicated than that. But it's really just about understanding what values do you hold, what things in the world do you think should be, and then apply that to anything. And you don't have to pick Republican or Democrat, but typically when you understand your own views, then you'll see, okay, the Democrats are full of shit because they're just lying to get, the minorities, and they back all the corporations, whatever. And the right sucks because they, break all their promises, and they're just trying to, whatever it is. You'll say, okay, well, one of them is more in line with what I think. And, just government is meant to move very slowly, because we don't want quick, drastic changes. So even though we want a lot to change, this is why our political landscape is so fruitful, is because people are always, looking for change, which is a good thing. But it's not that easy. It's too peaceful. Yeah, I'm never in this room. I keep this just for you guys. I don't sit here. I don't do anything. This is just for you guys. Clue says, I think the notion isn't entirely unfounded, but hatred and disgust are often confused, and the overwhelming reaction to the left is disgust for a reason. Interesting. Sketchy places, the Dems and Republicans used to be able to work through problems. Now all they do is fight, because the left only cares about themselves and not the people that voted for them. Can't disagree with that. Civil War II? Maybe. White Lion says the Dems say, let's reduce inflation by spending $739 billion of taxpayer money. Very likely, most of it sent to other countries like Ukraine. Would I move to a Republican state? Yes, I would like to. Well, Arizona's kind of purple now, but I've always wanted to live more like in the Southwest. I like the I like the laws there for a lot of states. As long as you can smoke weed and have a gun, that's the two biggest things that I'm really concerned about. And the weather, weather's nice down there. Kluke says, the notion that the right hate the left. I mean, though the majority of the disgust is from populists with right-leaning economic perspectives rather than Republicans in office who play ball. And that's another thing that we talk about, that you definitely want to be aware of, that there's on both sides, there's a very big difference between a Republican politician and a Republican voter, and a Democratic politician and a Democratic voter. The voters, those are all of us. We're just the people. You have your leanings one way or the other, and it's, for the most part, probably not a big part of your life. The politicians, though, it is their life, and they don't care about the issues the way that you do. They care about the issues in the way that it will make them rich. Notice how everybody in Congress and the Senate is rich as fuck, but the salaries are not very high. There's so much insider trading and payoffs and bribes and all this bullshit. But that's where it all gets screwy. We look at a right-wing politician and what they do, and then we cast those aspersions on the right-wing voter who just has values that align with what that politician has said and has nothing to do with what that politician is actually doing. And that person, because if you're a Republican and you have a shitty Republican politician, because they represent you, you're more likely to hate them than some left-wing dude who has no idea who this governor is. And so it's very complicated, but the idea is having an understanding of where you stand on the issues. Then you can go from there and say, okay, who is doing the best job of making the world the way that I want it to be? And not that, and you should want things to be a certain way because of the fact that it would be morally right, that we would be good for the country, things like that. Instead of, with, for example, Roe v. Wade, a lot of the pushback is just because women want to have the cop out of getting a smash Martian. So it depends on, it depends on where your values lie, and then you'll be able to see where who you should be wanting to represent you. I agree with that. And to be honest, I feel like this world would benefit everyone. Exactly right. Exactly right. I got 2 ready as soon as this is over. Better Call Saul penultimate episode is on tonight. Hell yeah. Yeah, but most of my extended family lives in Florida, and that it's just the humidity. I can't do the humidity, and that's exactly why. Arizona weather is a dry heat death. So pick exactly. Yeah, I love the heat. Like in Jersey, like right now it's 89 degrees in Jersey. That's a little warm. That's a little warm. Kentucky. Never really thought about those flyover states. There's what cities are, I wouldn't want to live in a city, but yeah, I'm a suburban dude. Yeah. So Kluke says there is a reason why traitors to our country are almost more hated than our enemies. That's a great point. That is a great point. One had trust at one point, and betrayed that. Is what you're saying, which again, a great point. One had trust at one point, and the other isn't shy at how they'd sooner stab you in the front. Great point. Great point. I don't have anything to add on to that. That's beautiful. Well, they when it's solipsism. Solipsism is the inability to see past your own face, to see the world for anything besides how does it affect me? Me. I just want to be able to fuck all these dudes and not have to worry about what's going to happen. Me. If you actually ask any of these pro-choice women why they believe that it's so important that we have abortions, try not to say that, then it always comes down to things like that, or edge cases of our pay, or stuff like that. And it doesn't yeah, you like that. It never has anything to do with the reality of the situation, the ethics of the situation, anything like that. So let's see what these people have to say. The Young Turks. This is from right around that same time, October 2021. Boom.
As everyone knows, there's a political divide in America between red states, blue states, conservatives, liberals, moderates on both ends of the aisle. But we just don't know where it's going to fall apart. As people are predicting civil wars, disputes, and battles like that. But there's been a study about where people stand as far as where they think this will go. So let's go straight into some of these stats here. There was a study that was done, and they said roughly
all right. I was gonna, you can already see it. I was gonna ask you guys if you knew the numbers first, but I missed the opportunity.
In 10, 41% of Biden supporters and 52% of Trump voters, at least somewhat agree that it's time to split the country, favoring blue and red states.
So if you look at these numbers, on either side, you have just about half. On the right, it's a little more than half. On the left, it's a little less than half, but it's just about half of the country wants to split apart. Why is that? White Line says, let's do it. I'm with it. Yeah, I mean, it's because we haven't. I purposely have started with one side of the aisle because I want to compare what the left wing people are saying about national divorce, and then I want to see what people on the right are saying, and see if the reasons, the issues are the same, or if it really is two completely different worlds that we live in. That there's just no circling that squaring that circle, circling that square. I don't remember. Who says I've been to most states in the East Coast on road trips, and I have to say that I low-key hate most of it. Mountains and excessive rain that I hate. I mean, I don't really. I wouldn't say we get excessive rain up in Jersey. It just gets too cold for me. But send all the border crossers to blue states. That's exactly what they want, to get them votes. Yeah, man. So this is precisely what we're talking about. So this is where, let's say don't quote me on this, but let's just, for the sake of argument, say 5 years ago. 5 years ago is when you heard places like South Carolina, which was the first state to secede in the actual American Civil War. And then Texas wanted to secede from the nation, not be part of the United States anymore and just be their own country, their own sovereign entity that has nothing to do with Washington and all of that stuff. So that's what I was talking about earlier when I was saying it used to be more of like a right-wing fringe type of thing. But that was only a few years ago. And now, even though, as we can see, that it's more slightly more of the I love how it says, oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say moving on. It's a little more than half of the conservative voters and almost half of Democratic voters. We all want to be separated because we all see that inevitable civil war on the horizon. Well, it says, go to a red state, carry my piece, open carry like a real American. That's exactly what I want. I'm new to the idea of guns. I don't have a gun. I held a gun for the first time like earlier this year. I don't know. And I used to be super anti-gun, but it was for the same reason that anybody is anti-gun, because they don't know what they're talking about. And, I'm very ignorant as to what is, I'm meaning to do a stream on kind of like guns 101, because there's so much information out there on guns, but like, where do you start? And I want to start. It's something that once you see, once you get red pilled about why we have guns, then you can't go back. And now that I know I'm behind the curve for how many years, I want to really get in there and get some guns.
Seceding from the Union. So I'm not sure how secession would work. It's just more of a division. I think that's more than seceding, because then, secession I thought was just like maybe one state, Texas, also talks about, we're going to become our own country because we're big enough to. But so the study was done in a partnership with a new initiative called Project Homefire to explore these social differences in the way people see the nation. So some of the other findings from this include, on one hand, roughly 80% of Trump and Biden voters view democracy as preferable to any non-democratic kind of government. And on the other hand, more than 6 in 10 Trump and Biden voters see America as less a representative democracy and more of a system that is run by and rigged for the benefit of the wealthy.
So let's break that down. So it says, on one hand, roughly 80% of Trump and Biden voters view democracy as preferable to any non-democratic kind of government. So that's a very vague statement. Where is this from? UVA Center of Politics. It's a very vague statement. Because that doesn't really say that, like, oh, that could mean, anything besides, authoritarian dictatorship, socialism, democratic socialism, anarchy, confusing way to put it. But basically the idea is most people want the type of government that we have. They are just looking for changes. And so the next one, on the other hand, more than 6 in 10, again, more than half of voters see America as less a representative democracy and more a system that is run by and rigged for the benefit of the wealthy. So, of course, the way it should work is that our vote should get the way that it should work is that we vote, and because we are voting, then and are knowledgeable, then our views are going to be held by our representatives, our local representatives. Then those local representatives, because it's not a direct democracy, meaning everybody gets a vote on every little thing. It's a democratic republic. We have people who do the voting for us. So the idea is that we have those low level, whether it's a mayor or a comptroller or whatever, at that low level, you're directly voting that person in. So they should be representing you. Then they should be going up to the next level, to the governor, and be representing your views to the governor. So then the governor should be taking what the mayor says and bringing that to the other branches of government, and so on and so forth. But most people feel that America is as less a less representative democracy and more a system that is run by and rigged for the benefit of the wealthy. So again, what we're looking at here is why the left wing wants this divorce or sees this as reasonable. It has to do with the country being rigged for the benefit of the wealthy. Raban says, I believe the only way you should be able to get a gun, though, you're getting in trouble. You're going to get yourself in trouble here, bro. I believe the only way you should be able to get a gun, though, is if you go to the gun range at least once a month. I've met so many people that own guns that don't even know how to use them. Okay, I thought you were going to say you got to keep them at the range. Like, I don't think that's going to work when you're getting robbed. But I agree with you. I think that I don't have a problem with there being some type of, I don't want to say restriction, but some type of requirement that is at least, if not, held by the government, that we as a country feel that without the police need to be involved. You hear that, let's say it is, whether it's a month or a year, let's say it's a year. Like, what, dude? You didn't go to the range this year? What are you, fucking loser? Like that kind of, like that should be how it is. Because what are you trying to get your family killed? What if somebody breaks in? What if what happens if you're some guy with road rage comes out and you're too scared because you didn't practice or something like that? Not necessarily that the government says, okay, now that you have this, now that you have this gun, then you must do this or we're going to take it away. That's the only problem with stuff like what Revolman is saying, is that, okay, so then what if somebody doesn't go to the gun range? Then is their license revoked? I think a reasonable thing to do if we wanted to put a training requirement is that your license would just be revoked until you go and get that yearly, monthly, or whatever training. And then obviously, if you already have the guns, you can possess them, but you shouldn't be able to carry them. I think that's reasonable. But no, things like clips, no more than 10 rounds. Nothing that is. The restrictions that people are trying to put in place are crazy, and these red flag laws are something else. This is a robbery. Hold on, let me try. Exactly. It says city people ruin Southern hospitality. They all moving down here. Well, you got to teach them, brother. You got to teach it. I'm from Jersey, so I'm up here. I think I count in this context as city people. You gotta teach them. We're talking about being pod people. Go talk to your neighbors and be like, hey, what's good? Start with a beer or maybe a joint, whichever one. Then the next time, bring some beer and bring up red flag laws. Bring a beer, bring up Roe v. Wade. If everybody did that, it wouldn't be so taboo. Yeah. White Lion says, like a learner's permit, pass the shooting range test. I do not have a problem with that in some respect. Definitely it could be abused, and I would, I would definitely need to see the every little detail of that bill before we were going to do something like that. But I don't see a problem. I'm not somebody who is saying like we can never change the Second Amendment. It has to be all guns of all type for everybody, everywhere, all the time. Like, okay, I'm not that you know, gung ho about it. I think that we can have you know, some compromise. I don't think that we're going too far down the 2A rabbit hole, but I agree with you guys. I agree with that. Well, this is the problem, Moltos. This is the problem. Canceled by who? If you can't even talk about the laws that are happening, the laws that are being passed, the you know, the headlines on the news. The only reason that happens is because we found ourselves in a culture where people already self-censor. And so it became taboo. But if you express yourself and you show, hey, not only do I believe this, but I believe this is right and morally correct. I believe you should believe this. And you don't have to. I'm not going to hate you if you don't. But I want you to. You should be able to say that about every single one of your beliefs without fear of reprisal. Now, of course, that's not the world we live in. But, you know, it's sad that you are not able to just talk about a very famous legal case. Klug says, repeal all gun laws and give every family a handgun as compensation for constitutional infringement in the past. I'm with it. White Lion says, yes, you're right. Let's keep things as written by the Constitution. Is that an emoji that's not coming up? That thing? Things grow up different on IG. Can't teach no dogs. I don't know about that. I mean, you can definitely, people are set in their ways, but it's just a matter of changing culture. Sitting back and just accepting what is definitely won't change anything. You know, anything that we talk about here might do a little something. It might not. But sitting around and doing jack shit is guaranteed to go nowhere. Violence is better. Yeah, I feel like you should have to put in a certain amount of time at the gun range, and after that, you can stop coming. Yeah. You know, basically, just you have to have so many hours of training, and you know whether you do that over the course of a year or a week, that can be up to you. But yeah, I think education is definitely a good piece of this. So let's hop back in here.
See, that's the thing. 6 in 10 of Trump and Biden supporters believe that. So that's a little bit of agreement on where they think things are happening. It's just they think their then ideology is the best to be separate from all this. And also roughly 2 in 10 Trump and Biden voters, or more than 31 million Americans, strongly agree that it would be better if a president could take needed actions without being constrained by Congress or courts. This is, again, 2 in 10.
So now they're talking about that direct democracy. So 2 in 10, that's very little voters. Oh, and see, notice it's such bullshit. So it's saying 20% of all people, but it's 31 million Americans. See how they try to make it seem like a lot, even though it's only 20%. That's a little trick that they're doing here. So roughly 2 out of 10 people strongly agree it would be better if a quote president could take needed actions without being constrained by Congress or the courts. That is called a dictator. The reason that we have the different branches of government is so that no one branch can get too much power. The reason that we have Congress and the Senate, the reason that we have the Supreme Court is so that the president can't take all of the power, or the Congress can't take all of the power, or the Supreme Court can't take all of the power. That's what is meant by checks and balances. So I'm curious to see where he's going with this and what this has to do with national borders, because basically this little graphic means that 20% of people don't understand that this would lead to a dictator. So let's say what this is leading to.
Trump and Biden voters. So, I mean, I guess that the president should just kind of go off on his own and do whatever the hell he wants. And also, 66% of Southern Republicans voted yes to seceding from the United States to join a new union, Southern Union, a new union called Southern Union, I suppose, made up of Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Good luck to all.
So interesting. What do you guys think of this? I'm going to keep myself small so you can read this back. But 2/3 of Southern Republicans would want to join to make a Southern Union made of Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee. So those would be the Southern Union. They would be their own country. And actually, yeah. What do you guys think of that? I was gonna say something else, but I'm gonna save it for when we have something a little more relevant. But very interesting. And Vincent, absolutely. That's too much trust in one motherfucker. And when you tie this into the idea, this is why you guys gotta attend all the parties, because I'll be referencing 2 weeks ago or whatever. Whenever we talk about how religious language is harming the right wing, it's because you're ousting anybody who doesn't believe in God from your ideology. And so if you are an atheist like myself, you can either decide that once you give up your religion, assuming you had one, that you're just going to go completely like, oh, okay, nothing matters, nothing's real, I'm going to do whatever, blah, blah, blah. Or you can say, okay, that moral prescription that I had before is based on lies or based on something that I don't believe in anymore. So I need to replace it with other values. And often, even the Christian right, they don't necessarily care if people believe in God and go to church and practice the sacraments and all that stuff. They just want you to behave in a way that is congruent with their Christian values. And we can do that. We can implement that. We can talk about implementing that. And we can encourage that without having to make it a religious thing. Again, we want American values. Then you won't get this, where you have half the country believing the government or the president is their God. That's how we got here. Klug says, well, I think the 3-branch system is still the best one ever invented for governance in the world. I don't think the founders even considered the possibility of all 3 branches under one party. Interesting. They definitely would have considered the possibility. They definitely would have considered the possibility. I'm not sure what if there's something. There can't be something blocking it, right? Because it would be represented. That's a very interesting point. I definitely, be interested in that. And so, environment again. The point here being that's the Southern Union. Maybe Michigan, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Illinois wants to become the Midwest Union, and you guys get to have your own laws that are separate from whatever's left of the United States and separate from the Southern Union. The more decentralized the power is, the more specific and representative each law policy is. Because if we're trying to make laws for 300 million people, people are going to get left out. If we're trying to make laws for only 10 people, well, it's pretty easy to make everybody happy in that situation, or a lot easier than 300 million. So as you scale up, it becomes more difficult. And the federal government has proven to be very inefficient at everything. So why put more faith in it? Cook says it might be a better idea to have a sort of devil's advocate branch of the government. Supreme Court, if they didn't interpret and strictly upheld the Constitution and amendments alone. Well, what do you mean then? Because first of all, then you would have an even number of branches. So then you're prone to deadlock. But what would that third branch, what would that third branch do? Because it just seems like there's something lacking in terms of objective law nowadays. Well, it's not objective. It was never meant to be objective. The whole point is that the government is for the people, by the people. It's what we want. It's what we feel like. Now, when you break that down, there's intellectual ways to want to prescribe your feelings. If I feel icky at the thought of somebody murdering somebody else, then I can I like that. Feels over reels. If I feel icky at the thought of somebody killing somebody else, then I can want to make it against the law to kill people. If enough people also feel icky or whatever else and agree, then that's how things become laws. It's just it's literally what we feel. Now, it's not feels over reels, unfortunately, because you can feel like you should have the right to an abortion, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the way to go. So objective is not really the word. We just want to be, I guess, comparatively objective. I think we're saying the same thing. I understand that, but the way I meant objective, I agree with you. Yeah, just as objective as possible, and based on science, based on logic, based on rationality. Is that too much to ask? I want to back this up because of how what he says right at the end. And TYT got a TYT.
Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Good luck to all of them. The Southern Union.
Good luck to all of them. The Southern Union. Why? If you're supposed to be news, why do you do that?
Yeah. So, look, there's a bunch of depressing numbers in there about how much we don't like each other anymore. It's almost like a national divorce. And I get it. We've talked on this show about, I really don't want to hang out with right-wingers. They people are like, oh, you guys should get along. Should we?
And there it is. They don't want to hang out with us. And I say us, meaning, the woke and the non-woke. I don't consider myself a Republican. But Bill Maher was saying how, everything is, that everybody on the right is so hateful and this and that. But it seems like, as I said, a projection. That it's really the left wing that hates the right wing. I think Missouri was on the list, wasn't it? Maybe wouldn't know. You guys are young. That's true though. When I was 19, you want to know what happened when I was 19? Well, I was 18. But I've told this story before. But it was a warm fall evening. I was in college, Rider University, and I was in my friend's dorm on one side of the campus. And it's a private school, so it's a small, closed campus. You don't really see people out and about. And a few years before I went there was some frat thing where a kid died from alcohol and whatever. So they got really strict with alcohol. So if you're drinking, you got to hide it. So you didn't see parties out like in the quad or the courtyard, whatever you call it. But one night, I'm just walking back to my dorm from my friend's dorm, and there's a bunch of people outside, screaming and cheering and what. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Turns out that was the day Obama was elected. So when I was your guys' age, I had no idea what was going on as well. And the I'm a romantic. I had my first love in like 4th grade or some shit. Oh man. But yeah, so that's what Cenk is saying, is that he doesn't want to hang out with people who don't agree with him. That's different than what Bill Maher was saying. So again, just pay attention to this stuff.
So, hey, if we're gonna hang out, so a lot of them are not vaccinated, they're not wearing masks, and they think that they have the right to ignore rules, laws, regulations, etc. But that we have to follow things, right? We have to follow their oppressive rules, but they don't have to follow any of the normal sane rules that we have. A lot of them now believe in QAnon and not just
a lot. Really? A lot of people believe in QAnon? More than believed in Russiagate?
Absolute insanity. How am I going to have a conversation about, oh, well, what do you think a satanic cult is doing? I don't know. Satanic cults don't exist, so I don't know how to talk to you.
Which side is supposed to be denying the existence of Satan? What is he talking about?
You're insane, right? And unfortunately, that's like a decent chunk of the Republican Party at this point. And
Oh, a decent chunk of Republican Party is talking about satanic cults, either saying that they don't exist or just randomly bringing them up. That seems accurate. Get here. Klug says QAnon is culturally irrelevant and has been since past the first time it was ever mentioned in public. Yeah, I mean, the people on the left will try to compare QAnon to Antifa, and it's like, no. QAnon is like 12 weirdos in a Telegram thing, and that's it. Antifa is a worldwide organization with organized cells and organized activities and protests and all of that shit. But don't let that stop you. Go on, just more lies, Jank.
But I actually thought the scariest stat was this. Overall, more than 2/3 support and 1/3 strongly, emboldening and empowering strong leaders and taking the law into their own hands when it comes to dealing with people or groups they view as dangerous. Now, that itself is actually dangerous. When you say,
I agree that that's dangerous. Taking the law into your own hands is dangerous. Who have we seen doing that more? I bet you. I watched this relatively quickly. I bet you he brings, and I don't remember, so I bet you he brings up Kyle Rittenhouse. I bet you he's going to bring up Kyle Rittenhouse. When the entire, entire cities were burned to rubble. That's what happens when you take the law into your own hands. With this Roe v. Wade stuff, we had people outside of Brett Kavanaugh's house chanting and playing loud and lights and all that shit. That's illegal. You're not allowed to go to a Supreme Court justice's house to protest. But that didn't stop them. So yes, I agree. It is dangerous. But something tells me he's talking about something a little bit different than I am.
oh, I'm worried, I'm fearful. Maybe a strong leader should take the law into their own hands. That's how you lose a democracy.
Yeah.
That's not how democracies work. Honestly, that's exactly how authoritarian governments and fascist governments work. So that's 2/3 of the country saying that and 1/3 strongly. That is super dangerous. And I think that it comes from the other number that JR read you. And this is what I've been saying for 20 years on the show. And the mainstream media thought like, oh, you're a radical, you're crazy, we're the best, the establishment is awesome, and you're just trying to ruin things and stuff. No, 6 out of 10 now say it ain't a democracy. We're ruled by a system that's—
It's not a democracy. It's a democratic republic. It was never supposed to be a democracy. It is supposed to be a representative government. Klug said, Kyle is just a kid caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Kid with admittedly a great degree of awareness and composure, even if he was undoubtedly scared once the mob turned to victimize him. I got to disagree with the first part. He was not just caught at the wrong place at the wrong time. He went to the protest. I know that he went to help, but he still went. There is no getting out of that. It was a stupid thing for him or anybody else to go out and be part of that, burning down the city of Kenosha. So it's not just like he was going about his business and this happened upon him. Like Jose Alba, the old guy who stabbed the dude because his girl didn't have enough money for the chips, or the smoke shop dude who stabbed the dude who jumped over the counter. Those people were caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. I think it's an important distinction. Like people calling Kyle a hero. I don't like that. And it's kind of because of the same things that Cenk was just talking about. Even though he's batshit crazy, the fact is Kyle was put into that situation because he went to that protest. I'm not saying he had no reason to be there, and he absolutely had every reason and need to defend himself. But he also could have just stayed the fuck home. Could have just stayed the fuck home. Who says, I don't like his words considering he said he likes BLM and shit afterwards, but I think he'll grow to realize he doesn't have to pander. I also think he, at 17, he probably doesn't necessarily know the intricacies of the organization named Black Lives Matter and all of that stuff. He was a kid who saw his city getting burned down and wanted to do something to help. The call out asked him for help, and he went out there and he did what he did. He was in no way wrong for firing upon anybody that he fired upon, but he shouldn't have been there. So it's not just wrong place at the wrong time. Gotta be fair. Gotta call it like I see it.
Rigged by the wealthy. And that's actually true. It's true because of we allow money in politics. The donor class can actually just write a check to a politician and they'll do anything, the politician will do anything the donor tells them to do. And the media then goes, no, I don't see it. And they gaslight all of us. So I think the corporate media in a lot of ways has driven the entire country insane by denying reality. And it's led to people getting desperate and seeking solutions in all the wrong places. That's my take.
Again, the idea here is, why are people talking about a national divorce? Does this sound like reality? Does this sound like something that other people also think? Those are the things that we want to be paying attention to as we go through this.
Yeah, and I definitely think that that's on point. The fact is that we have a significant divide in this nation. And even recently, when I looked at California showing who had voted and what counties had voted for Gavin Newsom to be recalled, and you see that it's pretty much the eastern half that really does not want him, and the western half is what wants Gavin Newsom still in power. And it just reminds me of the fact that we've got some serious issues going on, and I really don't know that this nation can repair itself. I just damn sure can tell you, y'all can't do this without California.
I think we'll be all right.
Yeah,
that's right. I will flex all I will. Cali is my game, born, raised. Y'all can't do it without us.
Yeah, California, fifth richest nation in the world if it was by itself.
I've never gone or lived anywhere else, but yeah, Cali is definitely the best way of everything. Woo!
And so blue states give a lot more to the government than redistributes it to red states. They desperately need us and don't realize it. Now, it's tempting to say, my God, if you just, like, for example, if you just took the West Coast, California, Washington, Oregon, throw in Hawaii, that is an awesome country, okay?
Hell yeah.
Right, now, but we're not gonna do that. No way, under no circumstances. First of all, we believe in America, unlike the Republicans. Second of all.
Did you hear it? Because instead of a real man standing up for what he believes in, he's gonna say it under his tongue or under his breath. So let's make sure you didn't miss it.
But we're not going to do that. No way, under no circumstances. First of all, we believe in America, unlike the Republicans.
We believe in America, unlike the Republicans. What? I'm pretty sure it was the Young Turks who were saying that the American flag itself is now a sign of the right wing or support for Trump or whatever. What are you talking about, bro?
Second of all, if you do that, imagine how badly minorities are going to be abused in the new Southern Union. Okay, in those red states, they are going to be brutalized. They're already treated horribly as it is.
Why do you think that? I'm not even arguing. But what? So, they were talking about the Southern Union with all the states. Why would minorities be treated worse if they were a different country? It's the same people. And the idea is that we're, over at least a generation. It's going to take time. But if we separate the countries, I don't. Does anybody have any idea why he thinks that racism is going to be worse? Like, what are you talking about, bro?
As you take away the protection that the blue states give I mean, we'd have to relocate people. It would be insanity.
Yeah, that leads to my thought about this, because these are the questions about people thinking. I mean, honestly, the 41% of Biden supporters that say, no, let's secede. It seemed weird to me too. But it's part of the desperation, I think, that you were talking about. But I always ask these kind of questions. I said this about when people are saying insane things, and a lot of times I disagree with. The next question of this poll should have been, how? How does this work? As you mentioned, Adrian, so California
Which is actually a good point. It's actually a good point. Broken clocks, right? Twice a day, right? And it's very easy for us to say we want a national divorce. But how? How do we do that? And I don't think anybody has the answers as of right now, but trying to start the conversation. Luke says, I've never seen minorities treated worse than in big cities, ever. Interesting. And TYT, piece of shit. Always, always. There was a time. You guys are probably too young to even remember when, like, legit, you could actually go to the Young Turks and get news, and it was not a crock of shit. I mean, it was still liberal, progressive bullshit. But, well, Toes, I'm pretty sure, like, something like 40% or something crazy like that of people are related to Genghis Khan. He killed everyone and then paid everyone that was left. So there's he knocked up so many people that yeah, you probably can't. Yeah, okay, there you go. 13%. Liam Poip. Yeah. But yeah, that's crazy.
split in these different, there's these counties up in northeast part of the state and in the very northern tip of the state, and then there's one section in the middle of the state. Where do those folks go? So just LA County and then Orange County, how close it is. Orange County is so much different than LA County, but there's plenty of libs in Orange County. There's plenty of conservatives in LA County. What, people just gonna start moving and collect?
Yes. Yes. People are going to start moving. Not everybody, and not right away. But the same way that people come to this country in general from other countries, that's how it would be. People move. They can't trace back just as many of got him.
These different parts of the quote-unquote different countries that come out. How does that work? Everyone just moves? There's money given to everyone. Oh, okay, you don't want to live in the new Southern Union, so let's move a little bit north. Here's some cash. Everyone can't just go moving. How does that work? It just doesn't make sense to secede and split the country. Now people go, okay, I'm here and I'm there. I'm going to move over across this one state line and now country line. What is that? How does this make any sense?
This reminds me of how people who don't understand evolution talk about evolution. We're not talking about just everybody one day decides, okay, now I want to be over here and over there. First of all, what would be determined as blue states or red states? It's not like it would be a line down the. It's not like the Mason-Dixon line. It would be patches all over the country. You might have a cluster of blue states here, a cluster of red states here, a blue state and surrounded by a bunch of or whatever. So first of all, it's not about people having to move all the way across the country. A lot of times, it's just moving to the next state. And again, I understand that it's a big deal, but we're not talking about overnight. We're talking about over a generation or two. Because again, what is the alternative? And I'm here. I'm ready to hear it. So it says. So what you're saying is they'll slowly destroy it, but slowly getting faster. Yeah, pretty much. But for those of us who don't live in the countryside, it's the reason that you love it is the same reason that everybody else who would love it would love it. Meaning the people who live in the cities and want to stay in the cities, they already got that. But let's say I'm just straight down the line a Republican, and I want to live in Missouri or whatever. And the laws in New York, as I'm living in New Jersey, now become identical to the laws in Missouri. Well, then I can just move I'm an hour from, I'm in maybe hour and a half from New York City. Obviously, it would go the other way, but you know what I mean. And if it might take me some time, or maybe I have to spend 7, 8 years saving up money to be able to move where I want to move. Immigration is not a new concept. We have an immigration crisis right now. But these people seemed so unable to even fathom the idea of people moving around the world. Ron says the human race has evolved so much. It's hard to argue with that, man. It is hard to argue with that. I think somebody lives in Missouri. I had a teacher who was from Missouri, and I only remember that because she would always say Missouri, and I never understood why people from Missouri say Missouri, and why the rest of us don't. Is it Missouri or is it Missouri? I'll say Missouri, but just let me know. Ron said, I left the city a long time ago. Country is the way to go. Nice people and no one ever bothers you. Isn't that what most of us just want? And so to what Lil Toes was saying was that, yeah, it'll slowly get a little bit more like what you don't like. But the idea is that you have, at least for the time being, countrymen who are stuck in the cities or wherever in a blue state, and they can't live the way they want to live. Even if it slightly changes, how you live, we should want people in general to be able to better their lives. And I get you're being somewhat tongue in cheek, but it's yeah, boy. It's that took me right out of it. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, it'll get a little bit it will change. But with this, over let's say 2 generations, it should be something that evens out. That maybe it won't be exactly the countryside that you know today, but it will become something that is livable for both you and the people who come in. And that's how it goes, man. So they're making tons of cities around here now. And the cities we do have are getting pretty large, like Knoxville and Nashville. Yeah, that's going to happen. Unless we have a national divorce and all those people who are changing Knoxville and Nashville will not be able to have the laws that they want. And so they will leave. That is the idea. Kluck says, red states have more tradition and culture based off lineage and community. Generations of those people teach the importance of staying with family above all. And I can say that as someone from one. Fair enough. But as a first generation American, I don't think that you would I don't think that you would say that you are more American than I am, right? You definitely, I think we, regardless of the fact that my parents immigrated here, they're Americans. They didn't see a bunch of 80s movies. But other than that, the ideology that they base their life and their behavior on are American values. And that's all we care about. That's all that we should care about. The idea of illegal immigration is an issue. But immigration itself and migration itself shouldn't be an issue. You're not alone. Bill Burr has like 7 comedy specials, and every single one he talks about how there are too many people on this one. You and Bill Gates. Yep, there you go. Beat you to it.
It's insanity. And honestly, I think it would get so bad in the red states because the red states don't even believe in democracy. And so the voting rights, they're like, no, that was some American BS. We're not doing voting rights. We know that's literally what happened before in this country, in those same exact states. And right now, they're taking away voting rights in Georgia, Texas, etc. They're taking away women's rights. You take away the check that the blue states have and the rest of the country has, the red states would brutalize folks. And
So on the left, a right doesn't actually mean a right. It just means a thing that you want. Sit on that.
so then what would we do? We'd have to
Let's run that
probably
back.
go to war.
And let's listen again. But whenever he says rights, I want you to place that in your mind with things I want. Or if he's talking about somebody else, then things they want.
It's so bad in the red states because the red states don't even believe in democracy. And so the voting rights, they're like, no, that was some American BS. We're not doing voting rights. We know that's literally what happened before in this country, in those same exact states. And right now, they're taking away voting rights in Georgia, Texas, etc. They're taking away women's rights. You take away the check that the blue states have and the rest of the country has, the red states would brutalize folks. And so
those are not rights. That's not what a right means in the context of politics. Just because you want something doesn't mean you are entitled to it. We have rights. Schmashmortion is not one of them. Violence is, if you're Indian, how can you call your parents immigrants? America was y'all's land at one point. I'm not Native American. I'm Indian. Like from India. Leftists can be can delete themselves and become weaker all they please. It's a strategic failure to lessen their numbers and keep themselves weaker by neglecting their own bodies. This is something that Tim Pool talks about all the time, and I'm sure a lot of other people, but talk about all the time about how the math will level this out. The future is going to be more conservative in many areas because of the fact that the people on the left kill their babies and sterilize their children. And Vincent, this is exactly the question. It's not a right. It's the desire to kill babies. That's what he's talking about. The desire. But that's why when you listen to people on the left, they think that the entitlement is there. They think they are entitled to their desires. And they don't understand. They don't understand the difference. And so they feel entitled. Diving back in.
So then what would we do? We'd have to probably go to war to rescue minorities and poor people, etc., in those red states. So none of this is going to happen. It's totally crazy. But
you know how we talk about on this channel just saying things? That's what he just did. Twice he said how minorities are going to be worse off, but he didn't say how. He just said it. Must be true, right? It's the internet news.
But the underlying cancer is a problem, which is that we just don't, it's not that we disagree on political issues or policy issues anymore. Now we are split on cultural issues and our core identity. Like
whenever Kluk said, Vincent said, women sure love to kill babies. One, kill babies. Two, being a victim comes as a close second. Spot on. Spot on. But what Cenk just said is, of course, what he just said is actually on point. The fact that this is a cultural thing. And again, that comes back to, what do you value? What do you think the world should be like? And what do you want from other people to make that come true? And that's where the disagreement is. Like this, what Vincent is talking about, that's not... Wait, you want to come up here? Come. We got a Morty show. All right, you gotta lay down. The desire to be able to do that is something that if you believe it actually is killing, then you can't stand for it. And if you believe that it's your right, then you're not going to be able to deal with it being your right being taken away. And this is what we're talking about. We are so split. We are either headed for a civil war or a national divorce. Do you agree or disagree? And what do you think we should do about it? Luke says, though, it does make an interesting point about how close the land many natives from America, how close the land many natives from America and the Indians on the equator are. Probably have similar complexion from the sun patterns. Sure. No idea. Probably right.
The conservatives view their identity as, oh, Trump is right about everything and I hate the others, right? And we're the others.
You started this off by saying you don't want to hang out with those people. But it's everything Trump and I hate others. Projection.
So we go, well, that doesn't sound nice. So if you're going to hate me, I'm not going to be a big fan of you. And so to Adrian's point, that's the hardest thing in the world to fix.
Yeah, so definitely. And I think there's like at least.
Hey, we got Sherry Baby in the building. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? We are just talking about whether a national divorce is a good idea, a bad idea, why people are talking about it, what we would do if we were going to do it, all of that good stuff. Welcome to the party.
55% of the Black population in the United States lives in the South. And so the idea, the fact that they would be abandoned in the event that we started our own country, but I still very, very much like hypotheticals. And so the thought that maybe Mexico will take us back and we can kind of do like this West Coast thing, I think it could be really hot.
You know what would be hilarious is Texas becomes its own country. They always want to do, oh, yeah, Texas, we're strong, here we are. Mexico invades, takes them over in a week. They're like, wait, what happened? Where's our nuke?
All right. Is this the end? Yeah, they're just being childish now. So that's what we're seeing from the left, that they want to divorce from the people who don't agree with them because they hate them, and they justify it by saying that we hate them. So that's what I'm understanding. We've watched a couple. You can do it after. Oh, here, ready? Take a screenshot. Here, look at the camera, pup. Hi, I'm Morty. I'm old. See my white beard? Aren't they so cute? All right. Lay down. Go sit. Ugh. So yeah, there's we've gone from Bill Maher, who is a little bit out there in terms of he's cute, isn't he? He's 13 years old. We heard from Bill Maher and we heard from the Young Turks. So I want to go one more and just see what MSNBC has to say. And they're again going to bring up Marjorie Taylor Greene. And we are definitely going to see exactly what it is that she thinks.
No, the nukes are in the blue states.
Yeah.
Nope, wrong one.
About an increasingly outright seditious. Here's a question: what do you do about an increasingly outright seditious action, for lack of a better adjective, in American politics? One that we haven't seen in this form since, I don't know, arguably the Civil War. To help me answer that, still with me are Mehdi Hassan, Mona Charen, and David Plouffe. And I really, Mona, don't like. There's a lot of invocations of the Civil War that have been on the right, particularly for a long time, like the next Civil War, and when do we get to use the guns and all this stuff.
When do we get to use the guns? Hey, pal, we're allowed to use the guns. Much to your chagrin, we're allowed to use guns.
Thing about it that I find like really gruesome and nuts. You got Marjorie Taylor Greene again. It's like, well, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a ridiculous figure, but this is a U.S. Congressperson who I think is in some ways the kind of vanguard of what more Republican Congress people will be like, basically saying that someone's complaining about the fact that you can't, as of now, discriminate against transplants.
So let's just read this. It says, so for Marjorie Taylor Greene, December 29th, 2021, all possible in a national divorce scenario. After Democrat voters and big donors ruin a state like California, yup, you would think it wise to stop them from doing it to another great state like Florida. Brainwash people that move from California and New York really need a cooling off period. This is just what Klug and Little Toes were saying. And why is that so crazy? Why is that so crazy? Let's see what they have to say about it.
From California and New York who moved to Texas and Florida. This is a problem. And so her solution is that it would be possible in a national divorce scenario. After Democrat voters, big donors ruin a state like California, you would think it wise to stop them from doing to another great state like Florida. Brainwash people that move from California and New York really need a cooling off period. And again, it's like, there's some part of me that's like, it's Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's a troll. There's another part of me, it's like,
that's a legitimate left-wing political discourse these days. Well, she's a troll, so if you were here for the logical fallacy stream, you should know that one right off the top of your head. Great state of Florida. DeSantis might be, really getting out there. Klug says you could kill a civil war overnight by shutting down the servers of Twitter, Facebook, Amazon, and Google. Genuinely, leftists would be so lost without social media and the internet. I would like to think that you're correct. But the fact is, unfortunately, for whatever reason, the left is much better at organizing and communicating amongst themselves than the right. I guess that it has a lot to do with the notion of most people who are not on the woke side just want to be left the hell alone. Whereas the woke people are desperate for something to fight against. Like, we got to cancel this person. So they have a tendency towards being able to organize. And I think if that was all shut down, they would start posting in like papers, and like in the old days. Like, if you want to be part of this, come here at this date, cut the things at the bottom of the paper, take this phone number, whatever. I don't know. I don't think it would kill it. And the fact is, it's not about, as bad as all of this is encouraged and spun on by the social media in general, it's not the central cause. It's the issues themselves. The fact is, maybe 10% of the right and 10% of the left really, 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 really care about these things to the point that they would take up arms. Brown says, guns are not gruesome. People are gruesome. You give the gun purpose. Interesting. Vincent doesn't like the word doggo. Break out into a cringe seizure, roll on the floor. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either. Nice to have you with us, pal.
what on earth are, this is a U.S. member of Congress talking about tearing the union apart. And it feels weird to say in 2021, but I support the union. I like the union. I am pro-union.
Maybe we could have union clubs,
Yeah, really strongly. That's one of my beliefs. Very strongly pro-union.
So that's really, you're really out there, Chris. I got to say, out on a limb there. Look.
Hashtag the left can't meme.
It would be bad enough if it were just one slightly addled congressperson. But the fact is that Marjorie Taylor Greene is very much in touch with the grassroots of where the right-wing infotainment complex is. So, we also saw earlier this year, Alan West, who's a big figure in the Texas GOP, head of the Texas GOP, in fact, talking about secession. You heard the late Rush Limbaugh talking about the possibility of secession or civil war in this country. So,
how long ago did Rush Limbaugh die? That was a while ago, right? Or was it? I don't remember. Somebody Google that for me.
It is out there. She didn't just originate this kind of talk. And, part of what, of course, it's just, you can add it to the long, endless list of grotesque things that are coming out of the right these days. But the other thing about it is, that there is no way to separate Americans by state. I mean, I think the Civil War did establish for sure that secession is not a possibility. But not only that.
Why? How? Once again, this is a panel of people just saying things. They are not giving any reasons. They're not giving any logic. They're not giving any argument. They're barely even giving a position. They're just making fun of the ideas of people who are actually out there talking about stuff. What was last year? This is from December 30th, 2021.
I mean, every state in this union consists of red areas and blue areas, liberals and conservatives living side by side. We're not going to have,
Listen to him say, yes, as if people don't know that. We get that. That is the fucking problem. That is the problem. That you guys think that you're so right that you have the right to hate everybody who disagrees with you. Yet that's your neighbor. That is what we are talking about. It's not people like me. It's not people like Revilement. It's not people like Kluke. It's not people like Vincent. It's not people like Liltos who are out here talking about hating other people and any of that. So just explaining the situation for the host to be like, yes, oh my God, it's so vapid. This is barely even a conversation. The fact that people still use this as MSNBC as their main source of news is horrifying.
Tennessee say, we're seceding from Kentucky because Tennessee and Kentucky both have liberals and conservatives. So there's absolutely no way to draw a line. We are stuck with one another and we have to live together in peace.
Amen. I couldn't.
Amen. Moron. So speaking of memes, I'd say the organization of the right is reactionary, but infinitely more based in logic than the left, who organize with direct propaganda, who react poorly to being challenged. Definitely, but that's not always a good thing when it comes to just sheer brute force. If the left is going to convince themselves that everybody who disagrees with them deserves to literally be deleted, then even though it's not based in logic and it's based on propaganda, the whole punch a Nazi thing, that came from people just, saying, speaking of memes, literally, and then it just became okay to inflict violence on people because you disagreed with them. That's, again, the semantic obfuscation. It became punch a Nazi, but also not like just any Nazi, just like anybody who doesn't agree with you is a Nazi. So now you can just punch anybody who doesn't agree with you. That's how we got here. Cook said it isn't. What is it? Which is why the cracks are. I don't. I'm talking. You got to directly address things that I say. I don't know what this means.
I agree more with what should be an uncontroversial sentiment. Although, again, it gets to, like, David, to me, part of the issue here, you talk about building this coalition, which I agree about, right? Like, we need essentially a kind of popular front in favor of American democracy that includes people that have the politics of the people on the panel, for instance, which I think on a variety of issues might differ significantly. But I think all of you agree would all be part of the popular front in favor of the preservation of American liberal democracy. But part of the issue that we're going to face this year in the midterms, I think, David, is swing voters particularly don't seem to be penalizing the Republican Party for the Democratic backsliding. And I think in some ways that's understandable. People are going to be focused.
What? I got to listen to that again. I have no idea what that means.
For the swing voters particularly seem to be penalizing the Republican.
So swing voters don't seem to be penalizing the Republican
Party for the Democratic backsliding.
For the Democratic backsliding. I don't know what that means. Do you guys know what the Democratic backsliding is? The Democratic backsliding. Do they just mean that the fact that everybody hates the Democratic Party? I think that's what he means. I don't know. So isn't it meaning isn't It isn't meaning your point on the brute force propaganda just being a good thing. You just spoke a lot, so it's kind of hard to address that. I'm still lost. I'm sorry, dude. Your Honor, much specifically stated. Yep. That's what the left wants. This is exactly what the left wants. They want to be able to just say, well, this person thinks this, so what tipped you off? What tipped you off, Sherry, baby? Yeah, I mean, I was always a liberal. And I wasn't super into politics, but I always was on the liberal side. I always identified with that, related to that. The GOP is something I still hate. I think earlier I was talking about the difference between Republican voters, Democratic voters, and Republican and Democratic politicians. I think the difference in ideology between a Democratic voter and a Democratic politician, I think, is smaller than the ideology of a Republican voter and a Republican politician. That's why I think conservatism, that's why a lot of people don't use the term Republican anymore. They say, I'm conservative, I'm not a Republican, because they don't necessarily agree with the Republican Party. But the values that are held by the Republican Party, by and large, are ones that they also hold. And so it's more of a conservative position, but it's not a Republican position, because the Republicans are full with rhinos. It's all just 80-year-old people who, had shitty ideas 40 years ago and still are having their shitty ideas. It's tough. I refer to myself as a number of different things, but often a disaffected liberal, because I used to be a liberal and now I'm not anymore, but I'm certainly not a Republican. So whatever. I've been looking a lot at the Libertarian Party. So I'm not familiar with a party that just formed. What party would that be? But the Libertarian Party was just taken over by the Mises Caucus, which is indirectly led by the comic Dave Smith. And I've been listening to his podcast, Part of the Problem. The first video we watched today was Dave Smith, and I got another short one for you guys. But, again, just the non-aggression principle. Respect property rights. Don't do anything that hurts anyone else. That's all we need. Are you talking about Andrew Yang? He ran with the Democrats. Klukes, and I think this is they never get any traction just because they aren't blue or red, and people are conditioned to vote based off apathy for the chances of anyone else. Yep, it's the two-party system. Everybody thinks, well, if I vote for the Green Party or the Libertarian Party, then it's just throwing my vote away. And so nobody does it, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Other countries have, different parties that all are competitive when it comes to elections. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party purposely pulled up the ladder so that they couldn't get, just as Kluk is talking about, that nobody else can get any traction. That's why Trump ran as a Republican. He was a registered, voted Democrat all of his life. But he knew that what he wanted to do would only work with the Republican Party. Bernie Sanders is a socialist, but he went through the Democratic Party because there is, as of right now, seemingly no way to break the two-party hold. And so everybody is just voting against the other guy. They call it voting the lesser of two evils. They say, I don't like either of them, but I'm going to vote for anyone. I'm going to vote for the one that's less bad. And it's something that's so ingrained in the way that we the Forward Party. I have heard of that now that you say it, but I don't know anything about it. But I definitely will check that out. Thank you. And so yeah, whether it be the Forward Party or the Green Party or the Libertarian Party, there should be more options. The Democrats and the Republicans, they are one. It is the uniparty. It's two sides of the same coin. And that is why I talk about the difference between the politicians and the voters. Because the politicians across the board are full of shit. But that doesn't mean that everybody who falls on one side or the other, whether you're a liberal or a conservative, doesn't necessarily mean you line up with the bullshit of that party. That is, that's what I meant by that.
And I think in some ways that's understandable. People are going to be focused on inflation or prices or unemployment or COVID or whatever it is. They're not going to penalize them that way. But then you end up in this very weird situation in which the Republicans can kind of run this normal election of a sort of referendum on the incumbent party, which tends to go well for the out party in the midterms, on the way to doing something profoundly abnormal, dysfunctional. And I'm not sure, you're a political campaign guy, like how
Holy shit, this guy talks in just buzzwords. He just talks in buzzwords. I gotta go. I wanted to translate that for you guys, but we gotta go back because
on the normal election.
Oh yeah, so he's saying that like with a normal election, meaning like anything before Trump, that Republicans kind of go back to that, and that's not possible anymore because what else did he say?
Of a sort of referendum on the incumbent party, which tends to go well for the party in the midterm.
Referendum on the incumbent party. The incumbent means the one who's already there. So they're saying they can make the Republican Party a little bit better, which tends to go well for the. I'm lost. The point is, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. These are just buzzwords. These are not substantive claims, and if they are, they're not being backed up by anything. But again, the point here is not who do we agree with, or do we like them, or do we not like them. The idea is we want to understand, is it time for a national divorce? And we want to see why people are thinking that. So, Bill Maher thinks that we need it because the Republicans are so bad. The Young Turks think that that to an even greater degree. And it sounds like MSNBC is saying pretty much the same thing. he tried. Andrew Yang, unfortunately, is a name now, disliked by normal people. Even if you agree with his ideas, I don't see that gaining traction much. The problem was that he got roped into woke shit. If you're on the left, you cannot make it without being woke. And he didn't strike me as a woke type of dude. He was just a rich tech guy and had very liberal ideas about money and the universal income and all that. But that's why he wasn't able to make it that far. I mean, even think of how far Bernie made it in 2016. But the institution, the establishment is there, and they will do whatever needs to be done. Whatever needs to be done to make sure one of their own is in the White House. But yeah, this guy is just talking shit.
On the way to doing something profoundly abnormal, dysfunctional. And I'm not sure, you're a political campaign guy, like how do you make that front and center in the actual voting, in the actual campaign?
Yeah, well, it's a big challenge. There's no question about that. But I think a lot of this will depend on who comes out of these Republican primaries. And I think most of them are not going to be Glenn Youngkin figures. There will be people who want.
So basically what he's saying is because we have the midterms this year, what the Republican Party looks like is going to be very dependent on who gets elected in this November. And so we expect there to be a red wave, as they call it. We expect there to be a lot of Republicans winning elections, and the America First, the Trump-style Republicans, the Marjorie Taylor Greens, the Matt Gaetz of the world, those type of people are likely going to be in office. And this guy just seems to be in denial. So when he says the Youngkin figures, what he's talking about is people like Trump. Let's run that back.
Well, it's a big challenge. There's no question about that. But I think a lot of this will depend on who comes out of these Republican primaries. And I think most of them are not going to be Glenn Youngkin figures. There will be people who on stage in debates and in their ads say the election was stolen. They won't commit to supporting, Democrats who win elections. Most of them won't go as far as saying secession, but they will support all of these election efforts that AP story captured. And so I think you can pin them a little bit. It's how you paint them as extreme. And I think on the previous discussion, listen, I think most Republicans, even those who are firmly in the autocratic camp, would not go so far as to saying we should have succession or national divorce. But what they do want is they want to have all the power. And why is that? I don't think it's really because of policies or issues. They don't.
Everyone wants all of the power. That's what politics is. You cannot blame one side for wanting all of the power when your side also wants all of the power. Particularly when one side wanting all the power means that we are all under the boot of the government, and the other side having all the power just means that the government is going to do shady shit, but they're going to leave us alone more or less. The free ego, what up, what up, what up? Welcome, welcome. Trump is probably the most spoken name in the mainstream media in the history of this country. And nearly every time he gets brought up, it's unrelated to the discussion. Super facts.
Don't want to be held accountable. They don't think the people.
And again, just to be clear, I am not a Trump fan. I don't think that, I've said this many times before, but I don't think that even though it's not his fault, people's fucking brains explode when they hear the name Trump or they see that orange face. And it doesn't matter how good your policies are. If people cannot exist without going deranged at the sight of your face, then you cannot lead us as a country. I'm sorry.
People from the Capitol should be held accountable. I don't think they really want an independent judiciary. We know they do not want an independent media. They like what they see in places like Russia, where the people on the sides of the autocrats have all the money, and everybody else has the potential to be in jail or be killed every day. I mean, this is a desire for absolute power. They're not going to get it through succession.
All right. So this is what they're saying. That the Republicans want to divorce because they want all this power and they want to do this, that, the other. That's where they are. So let's
I like that.
Let's actually see, just on a whim, just because why not? Let's see what Marjorie Taylor Greene actually has to say about this.
The left is telling you that you need to live the way they want to live, and they want things in your state to be completely the way they want them. And you're saying, no, your state should be allowed to do what it wants, and our state should be allowed to do our thing. You're offering up a compromise. Instead of telling blue states to live the way you live.
Here, I'm going to slow this down. Because I want you to hear that again. Because compare this to what we just heard. Now, this is Tim Cass talking directly to Marjorie Taylor Greene last week, July 25th. So a couple weeks ago. And he's explaining how all of the stuff that we just watched about her is the media saying, you have to live our way. And then she says, well, how about we all just live the way that we all want to live? And they're like, how dare you? And obviously, obviously he's about to talk about it. So I'm not going to explain it in detail, but that's where we are.
The left is telling you that you need to live the way they want to live, and they want things in your state to be completely the way they want them. And you're saying, no, your state should be allowed to do what it wants, and our state should be allowed to do our thing. You're offering up a compromise. Instead of telling blue states to live the way you live, you're saying, let's agree to disagree, and they're saying no to you. That's the problem.
Well, that is true, but I'm also...
That is, in a nutshell, the entire conversation. This is why I love Tim Pool. He's so good at just saying things the way that I'm trying to do right now. He's so good at putting all the facts together in a coherent way. And listen to the difference between the way that Tim just explained that and the garble bullshit that we heard from MSNBC. But they said on MSNBC that the right wing hates independent media. So I guess that's a thing.
a compromise. Instead of telling blue states to live the way you live, you're saying, let's agree to disagree, and they're saying no to you. That's the problem.
Well, that is true, but I'm also sometimes in favor of a national divorce because I kind of get tired.
Don't get Tim started.
I get a little bit sick and tired of.
This is why I'm
the
like,
fighting.
MTG is like the best member.
Oh, I'm glad you said of the fighting because you paused and I was like, you're going to say your husband?
I want to clarify real quick. Like, it is just the jokes you make, the points you make. You're fearless. I really respect that. Like,
Thank you.
Well, I look, we've had politicians on the show. I've met with many politicians. I typically can't stand them because they won't just say what you said. Like, you just fearlessly will say something as potent, I suppose, as sometimes in favor of a national divorce is a powerful thing to say.
So remember, this is the exact same type of rhetoric that we heard about Trump. And even though, again, I'm not a Trump fan, the fact is lies about Trump were aplenty. So it's the people who want to gatekeep this politics itself as this elitist thing where you got to know the Democratic backslide of the academic and all that bullshit they were talking on MSNBC. They don't like that Marjorie Taylor Greene can just talk to you like a person. They don't like that Tim can talk to you like a person. Why do you hate Jamie? Why do you hate Jamie? No reason to hate Jamie. He used to be so the guy who's like, oh, I thought you were gonna say your husband. He is one of these people that used to be very liberal, super woke, and then he got canceled, and he learned. He figured out, oh, okay, I was wrong on that one. I have no issue with that. So Ian and Jamie rarely make points that don't just, don't come for Ian. Nope. You're wrong. That don't distract from the conversation. Ian keeps saying he's uninformed, but gives his opinion anyway. Why do you think he's on the show? Do you think that Tim is not aware that this happens? The reason Ian is there is because Ian is the representative of all of us. All of the people who don't know, who don't spend all day reading the news, all of us who don't spend all day tracking down, fact checking, all of that shit. That's Ian. And that's you. Without Ian, this conversation would be, or the conversations that they have would be in the same way that MSNBC, you have to know the jargon. It would be so, or rather, it is way more grounded to have just a regular dude. You don't have to love him. You don't have to agree with what he says. The point is, he is your voice. He is your stand-in. He is the person that allows the conversations on this show to go places that affect your life directly, because it's not just anchors and politicians in there. I implore you. You know, Jamie's new. He doesn't really say that much. I think he brings a good perspective on because he's still a liberal. He's just not a woke asshole anymore, supposedly. I think that, you know, the desire to have an echo chamber is a young man's folly. The desire to live in an echo chamber is a young man's folly. You think it would be nice to just hear all of the things you want to hear all the time. But that's how you become one of these NPC morons who doesn't know anything, because all you ever hear is the opinion that you already have. This show would not be possible without Ian.
I think it's a lot better than a war. I don't want to ever see a war, a civil war.
Wait, but Jenk said that Marjorie Taylor Greene was so crazy because she wants war. Even though they were talking about her tweet specifically about the divorce. Frigo says, I completely disagree with this. He's not the audience here because the audience completely hates his input, derailing the conversations at hand. Nope. That's just not true. I mean, I love that the fact that Ian is there. That is why Ian is there. The whole notion of 1s and 20s is there from people who enjoy Ian. And the fact is, again, This is a multi-million-dollar company. This isn't just some guy sitting in his house. Do you really think that Tim would put all of that money on what Ian is going to say if he didn't think that Ian brought value to the conversation? You say it's not an echo chamber to want someone else, really. I don't know what that means. But if it's just people who are already in agreement, that's what an echo chamber is. For Jamie to be there, a guy who disagrees, and for Ian to be there, a guy who is not representative of you because of his views. He's representative of you because of his level of engagement with the news itself. Unless you are sifting through the news all day, then you are far more like Ian than you will ever be like Tim. I'm sorry that you have to hear that. But I'm going to say it again. Unless you spend all day going through the news and fact-checking it and reading the same article from different sources and all that shit, you will forever be way more like Ian than you will ever be like Tim.
That would be
That's where
awful.
we're headed?
God, I hope not, but it seems the divide and the arguing and the vitriol and the hate, it just keeps building and building and building, and it's
So real quick, does this sound like a crazy person or no? Just because remember, that's what all three of the other videos that we watched said, that she's a crazy person.
really upsetting. Like we were in session all week this week, and it's nothing but bitter fighting. It's just constant fighting on extremism and extreme issues.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like if we're to this point, maybe we should consider that you have your blue states and we have our red states, and we can all maybe figure out how to get along and talk again after we.
What a crazy lady! Oh my God, I can't believe she said it! A little more rational when you actually hear people speak for themselves instead of listening to mainstream media headlines, right?
Separate a little bit.
Headline: Marjorie Taylor Greene wants civil war.
Well, they did that.
Hey, watch that. Somebody's gonna clip that.
So
no, they did already. Remember?
They did.
There was no. There was that big story.
You gotta Frigo. Fair enough to agree and disagree, but the chat is people who appreciate Ian's input are not going to voice that appreciation every single time he says something. This is called the representative heuristic. As somebody who hates Ian, every time he opens his mouth, they're like, "Oh my God, Ian, shut up! You're such an idiot. Roll the one." Da, 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 da. So the people who don't like Ian are far more represented in the chat than people who do like Ian. Because someone like myself understands that Ian's input is not the focus of the show, but it is a vital piece of it. And so if he says something that doesn't really, is kind of a miss, I don't feel the need to say anything. I mean, I mostly listen in the car and I don't watch the live show for the most part. But if I was there, I wouldn't feel the need to comment on every little thing that he says. And I mean, if you are hearing my point, I think that a lot of people have never even thought of the point that I was bringing up. If you're hearing my point and you still disagree, I mean, hey, we're all free to have our own opinions. But what you're saying is that Tim Pool does not know. There's only 4 people on the show, including himself and including Lydia. So 5 if Luke or Seamus are there. So to say that you disagree is to say that Tim Pool doesn't know what he's doing. And yeah, we definitely got to agree to disagree on that. Yeah, exactly. What a crazy lady. Lock her up.
Story where you said something about this could lead to a civil war, and they wrote Marjorie Taylor Greene wants one.
Oh no, I never want a war.
Right.
Never. You want to know why?
Crazy.
All these gung ho, people older than me, if they think that they're going to go fight the civil war, sorry, old, out of shape people. They're not going to be the one doing it.
Let me.
You know who it's going to be? It's going to be my kids.
Yeah,
and I don't want that. And I think that's wrong. We want a good future for our children.
Yeah.
Let me pull up this post that you referenced earlier from AOC. You sent it to me, and then I pulled up May 30th, 2020. This is just after the George Floyd incident. It's the summer of love. Some of the worst fighting we have ever seen in this country. Some of the worst fighting I've seen. The most damage and loss since the 50s.
Mm-hmm.
Dozens of lives lost. AOC protesting safely. What to wear? Nondescript solid layer clothing. Heat resistant gloves.
Sorry, what?
Heat resistant
right there.
gloves.
Goggles, mask, emergency contacts written down. Tie your hair up. Don't bring things you don't want to be arrested. They got pot and they got a knife.
Nice.
Turn your cell phone off.
Why would you turn your cell phone off if
Can't
you're
be tracked.
protesting safely?
Yeah.
Well, I actually, if it was just the
What was the date? What's the date?
May 30th.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
If it look, I think
2020.
I'll tell you what the one thing that really alarms me, and it's the heat resistant gloves.
Me too.
That is her basically saying, get ready for terrorism.
Yeah.
Now look, if you tell
Absolutely. Why would you wear heat resistant gloves?
Molotov cocktails,
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it could all.
Lighting a fire.
tear gas canisters,
Okay.
tear gas.
And notice, and they say it, but this is about protesting safely. So real quick, you never said Tim didn't know. He just actively ignores all super chats with the names because usually followed by criticism or asking why he's there. How many times the answer that I just gave you, I didn't make that up. Tim said that himself. And every time he doesn't address it, that's more people who don't know and therefore give him money to ask why Ian is there. How interesting of a show would it be when you're talking about anything politics to make the super chat segment, oh, Ian, there's another super chat of saying how stupid you are. Hey, Ian, Kluk said you're a dumbass. Hey, Ian, the free egos. That's not how you run a show. There's hundreds of other people sending in chats, paying to get their chat seen. So why would he pick ones that are irrelevant to the conversation? No, I really should though. It's way more my dark skin than anything else. I promise you. And I stopped wearing a retainer, and that's a whole other story. But no, I do not. But yeah, I don't want to get too deep into the Ian thing because that's kind of an aside. But there's only a few of us here, so I implore you, the next time you listen to Timcast, just assume, just for that one episode, assume that you're wrong and I'm right about this. And see if you hear it differently. And then afterwards, if you still disagree, then you still disagree.
Gas can get hot when it's or cold. I'm not sure which one. Is it exothermic?
I don't know.
When it's I think it might get hot. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
You're trying to find out if I'm undercover Antifa right now.
maybe.
You're like, Jimmy, which one is it?
Well, so
Do you have your heat resistant gloves with you?
heat compression is usually cold,
Right.
but I've heard people say hot. So someone in the chat can correct me.
This would be
But
arson.
wearing insulating gloves is literally about picking up tear gas and throwing it, or Molotov cocktails, or starting fires.
But it says protesting safely.
Yeah,
Yup.
For you, yeah.
To be fair, and this is not.
You heard what Lydia said? She was like, for you, yeah. Not safely for others.
a list of things you were talking about that I would much rather defend than AOC right now. But
and again, this, speaking of Ian, this is why Jamie is here. We're talking about the infograph of AOC talking about here's how you protest safely, and there's heat resistant gloves. With especially with Marjorie Taylor Greene there, we're all, everybody's gonna be like, oh my God, they're trying to blow shit up and da 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 da. So in the effort of trying to stay out of an echo, not even stay out of an echo chamber, but prevent this show from becoming an echo chamber.
Could it also be, which is also bad, fire could be there. This is how you protect yourself, not inciting wear these gloves so you can make fire.
Did that add depth to the show? or did it reduce its dynamics? Ian wasn't going to ask that question. Tim sure as shit isn't going to ask that question. And you know Marjorie Taylor Greene is not going to give, even if she thought of it, she's not going to give AOC any kind of credit. But I bet you Jamie's not the only one who thought that. And thought, nah, I don't know, heat resistant gloves, like I get it. It might be, just in case there's fire there. And let's see what we get from it.
Not at a.
So that's Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman that we've been talking about. The guy in the beanie is Tim Pool, who you should definitely know. He used to be like an on the ground independent journalist. He was there for the founding of Vice. He worked there until they got woke, and then he was with Fusion, and then they went woke. And then he just went on his own, and he's been, building. And now he has this huge show where he gets Alex Jones and Congress people on his show. The rest of the people, that guy who was just talking is Jamie Kilstein. He used to be a Twitter warrior and on the left, and he used to be super woke. Then he got canceled for some bullshit, and he's coming around to see oh, okay, I'm still liberal, but wokeness is bullshit. It's the Timcast IRL podcast.
Not at a safe protest, not at a peaceful protest.
Also, don't bring anything you want to be arrested with.
Yeah.
Well, look. I've seen people get wrongfully arrested at protests.
So the free you go. Do you think that Tim would have ever uttered the phrase, I've seen people get wrongfully arrested at protests, in this context, if somebody didn't play devil's advocate there with the gloves? That's why Ian and Jamie are there.
And I've seen people get arrested because the cops can't make a determination on who's the ones throwing the Molotovs, and so they'll arrest everybody and then sort it out. I don't agree with it always. Sometimes it's like, okay, I don't know how you solve the problem, but telling someone, I think it's good advice to turn your cell phone off and turn off Face and Touch ID. Because
yeah, you definitely. This guy is, somebody I really, really look up to. Not just because of the things that he says, but how he has navigated his life. He was, when he was working for Vice and Fusion, he was in a contract that he was getting, I don't know what number it was, but he's being paid very handsomely. And he said that as somebody now who has a multi-million-dollar company. So I assume he was being paid pretty handsomely. And they were talking about how we're not going to publish anything that our viewers wouldn't like. He's like, what do you mean? Like, if it's something, we're just going to ignore the news if our viewers or readers aren't going to like it? They're like, yep. And he's like, I'm not doing that. Let me out of my contract. And I think it was I think he said it was 2 years. 2 years. He was in his contract, and they wouldn't let him out, and he was just making money because he wouldn't do the news that way. And so then he finally went independent. He gave up all of that money, built his own company. That's respect. I mean, this is theoretically, he could be. I don't want to say that. That's going to get taken out of context. Never mind.
Because the cop can take your phone and hold up your face and then get into it.
Yeah, that's
and
not cool.
Fourth Amendment, I'm not a fan. The one thing I'm like, I want people to protest safely. I want them to have a washcloth and snacks and stuff. But they tell you to bring water for drinking and tear gas and to wear heat-resistant gloves. And I'm like, sounds like y'all are getting ready for some violence.
That is not a safe protest. That's not, or at least that's not a protest I would want to be involved in.
There's a saying.
I wouldn't want to be near any of that.
The left likes to post a meme where they say, to look who's starting a riot, to look at who is starting a riot, look who came dressed for the riot. And they show riot cops. And then I'm just like,
That's you.
And you're also wearing masks with heat-resistant gloves and showing up with sunglasses and
oops
and bricks and bats and stuff. Yeah, you're both. The cops wouldn't be there wearing riot gear if rioters weren't showing up.
Exactly.
Lilith says, I'm not sure who that is. If you got a good one, let's watch it.
Exactly. Yeah.
But they do show up, which creates a precedent. And now the police will show up in riot gear regardless.
Speaking of AOC, she was just arrested this week.
Faking being handcuffed.
Well, first off, they were
Did
late.
she have her heat-resistant glove?
Oh my God. You guys are going to love this.
This when she was arrested.
She did not. She
didn't read.
Did you guys hear? You guys did. Are you familiar with this? Where AOC got arrested? AOC and Ilhan Omar, among others, maybe. They got arrested. Somebody give me a yes or no, real quick. I'm gonna get a video of it. Let's see, arrest. Why are all these so goddamn long? There we go. I'm just gonna speed this up. So you can see that I think that's Ilhan Omar. I don't know why this is such terrible quality, but it's a Schmorschen protest in Washington.
You're not engaged in illegal demonstration activity. Please take a sit or you will be arrested. That's your third and final warning.
So the green scarves are also, I just heard about this. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was, I think having something to do with George Soros. Yeah, if somebody could Google that for me, like AOC green scarf arrest, and see if there's something with a higher up, like whether a Schwab or something like that. So James makes interviews with random people about popular controversy, like what is a woman and is Joe Biden good president? Yeah, sure. Send me something. Ben says, why'd they act like they were handcuffed when they weren't? Yep. And that's what we're about to watch. Yeah. And Friga says, I watched her hold her hands behind her back with no handcuffs, then pose with her fists in the air for a moment for a photo. Let's see it. There she is. Like when you remember that she's like a 30-year-old bartender. I know a billion of these chicks. If you ever worked in a restaurant, this is one of my old work shirts from the Green Turtle. Shout out to them. Shout out to the Turtle Gang. But a 30-year-old bartender. You don't have to be very smart to be a 30-year-old bartender. Let's just put it that way. So you could. They didn't really show it very well, but you could see there that she doesn't have any cuffs. Oh. God damn it! You've seen it. You've seen it. All right. Let's finish this one up. So that's what happened with AOC. That's what they're about to talk about. And I would love if there's anybody here who has not hit the like button. I would love if you could do that. What the fuck?
She didn't. She
Come
forgot.
on, man.
No, they were laying in the street. They were laying across the road. The Capitol Police asked them 3 times, Congresswoman, would you please get out of the road? You may get run over. They refused. Yeah. And so the police were escorting them out. But here's something, you guys. I want everyone to know. You can go to cuffthesquad.com.
You ready for that?
And send AOC.
You ready for this?
Or Ilhan Omar some handcuffs.
Oh my gosh, really?
So for those that don't know,
cuffthesquad.com.
They pretended to be handcuffed.
They did. They pretended. So send her some. See, there's her pic. Now, also, I want to point out it was like 93 degrees at the time.
It's very warm.
It is warm.
She's wearing a lot.
And she doesn't look sweaty.
They're both wearing dark clothing.
Hey, we got NBA goalie in the building. welcome. We are talking about the national divorce and the idea of it. Oh, we got Lil Sus in the building. Hey, I love likes as well. Thank you so much, guys.
Long
nondescript clothing.
Yeah.
And a green
cuffthesquad.com. You can send actual handcuffs to AOC and her fraud squad.
Scarf for the group that George Soros funds.
Interesting.
Yep, that was out in the news today. That it was it was an organized effort with a George Soros funded group.
The green scarves?
Yeah, the green scarf.
Yeah.
I knew I heard it somewhere.
I forget the name of the group, but it's out in the news, and the whole thing was organized. So we want them to have handcuffs because they don't have any there when they're faking their arrest.
Their handcuffs.
They need
If
them. Cuffthesquad.com.
If they had their own, they could have taken the cuffs out, put them on behind their own backs.
Their photos would have been a lot better for their fundraising emails.
You know, Lil Toes, you guys are the best. So I mean, I guess, yeah, you guys are the best.
It would have been seamless.
Just fake blood smeared across their face.
This one
Right.
this story really pissed me off. It is a brazen and blatant attempt at. They know the media will protect them. AOC can go on Colbert and make up nonsense about the Civil War. Did you see that one?
No.
She went on.
I don't watch Stephen
one
Colbert.
You know, I respect it. I have to watch it because it's like I'm trying to. You know, she made an appearance. I want to see what happened.
And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about when I'm saying that unless you are going to be that guy that's gonna or girl or other that's gonna sit there and sift through the news and read the same argument or the same article from 7 different sources to see what is true and doesn't line up, all that stuff, then you will forever be far more like Ian than you will ever be like Tim. And so she was sweating for how rapidly she was pumping her fist. I mean, I did speed the video up a little bit, but she was going at it. She was going at it. Oh, you guys are the best.
She said the craziest thing ever. And, you know, I think it was Seamus who mentioned it was a total Chad move to go on national television and just lie like that. He's not wrong. But she said, she's like, look at what happened in the Civil War. The Supreme Court was passing rulings that was hindering Lincoln's. The Confederacy had taken over the Supreme Court and was hindering Abraham Lincoln, like with Dred Scott, which said that black people couldn't be citizens. So what did Abraham Lincoln do? He signed the Emancipation Proclamation. Okay, Dred Scott happened like 4 or so?
All right, so we've already gotten a peek, but if somebody can tell me as I'm going through these comments, if somebody can tell me why that's funny that AOC brought up Dred Scott and the Emancipation Proclamation, then I will do something. Then says got me dizzy a bit. Yo, I watched this shit at 2 times speed. You want to see how? Where are we? 8:17. I watched this shit at 2 times speed. This is how I watch.
Also, I want to point out that it's like 93 degrees at the time.
It's very warm.
Yeah, it's warm.
She doesn't look sweaty.
They're both wearing dark clothing. Long
Nondescript clothing.
Yeah.
And a green scarf for the group that George Soros funds. Yeah, that was out in the news today. It was an organized effort with a George Soros funded group. The green scarf, I forget the name of the group, but it's out in the news, and the whole thing's organized. So we want them to have handcuffs. They don't have any here when they're faking their arrest.
Take their own. They could have taken put them on behind their own backs.
Their posts would have been a lot better for their fundraising emails.
That's how I usually watch this shit. And when I'm listening in the car, my podcast app goes all the way up to 3 times, and you could set it. So I have it at 2.4. Humble brag for some reason.
It would have been seamless.
Just fake blood smeared across their face.
This one this story really pissed me off. It is a brazen and blatant attempt at. They know the media will protect them. AOC can go on Colbert and make up nonsense about the Civil War. Did you see that one?
No.
She went on.
I don't watch Stephen Colbert.
You know, I respect it. I have to watch it because it's like I'm trying to. You know, she made an appearance. I want to see what happened.
Right.
Wait, what's funny? Why? What's funny? Why it's funny? That's kind of vague. I don't know what you mean. So, why? Oh, yeah. No. So, no, let's keep going. If anyone else knows why it's funny to talk about, for AOC to talk about Dred Scott leading to the Emancipation Proclamation.
Said the craziest thing ever. And, you know, I think it was Seamus who mentioned it was a total Chad move to go to national television and just lie like that. He's not wrong. But she said, She's like, look at what happened in the Civil War. The Supreme Court was passing rulings that was hindering Lincoln's. They'd taken over the Confederacy, had taken over the Supreme Court, and was hindering Abraham Lincoln. Like with Dred Scott, which said that black people couldn't be citizens. So what did Abraham Lincoln do? He signed the Emancipation Proclamation. Okay. Dred Scott happened like 4 or so years before Lincoln became president. The Confederacy did not take over the Supreme Court. The secession happened before Lincoln became president. And the Emancipation Proclamation was 2 years after he became president and had no effect whatsoever on Dred Scott. But she just lies. The media doesn't do anything about it. So when she faked having handcuffs on, and the photos came out with her hands behind her back, and I saw all the people on Facebook and Twitter being like, why are they cuffing her? Why are they cuffing her? I'm like, what a scumbag. I can't stand these people, man.
Everyone should be angry because here's the deal. AFC, she comes from New York. New York has abortion. The women in her district have full access to abortion. Why is she laying in the street and faking being arrested? Ilhan Omar. They have abortion in Minnesota. The women in her district have full access to abortion.
I mean,
this is a whole other issue of campaigning on a national scale when you are when you represent a very she doesn't AOC is a congresswoman, so she represents her district in New York. She doesn't represent the state. She doesn't represent anybody except the people in that district. But she understands politics to the level of knowing where that popularity will get you money. And even if there's so many people who have nothing to do with her district, but donate money to her because they like her, and that is that's why she's doing shit like this. Exactly as MTG just said, she's a New York congresswoman. There is no way they are getting rid of Trish Morrison in New York. And apparently in Minnesota, according to her, I don't know, but assuming she's correct, then they're just out there for political theater. It's political theater, just like everything else. So Lito says Rogan got the best podcast, but media really puts a bad light on him. Recently, before he got sick, before he had Robert Malone on, nobody in the media cared about Joe Rogan. And it's, hey, we got Positile in the building. Welcome. What do you think about a national divorce, buddy? Yeah, I mean, Rogan is a great podcast, but it's not a strictly political podcast. So you wouldn't go to JRE for your daily news. Much like you wouldn't come here for your daily news. It's we talk about politics, we talk about culture, we talk about the news, but you wouldn't come here to my channel to get the headlines of the day. So Rogan's kind of in that that space where it's not directly politics, but yeah, since ever since he was always fine. He was always fine. Liberal guy, had Andrew Yang on, had Bernie Sanders on, in favor of universal health care, all of that stuff. But the moment he talks to somebody that the establishment doesn't like, full throttle with the bullshit. Make his face yellow. Tell them he's eating horse paste. I think most of them are too stupid to realize that states control the laws, the nation. Yep, they are too stupid. That's exactly what they're depending on. That's exactly what they're doing. Rico says, I haven't listened to Rogan since he moved studios and went to Spotify only. Just not interested, to be honest. Not interested in what? It's the same show. Are you aware of that? It's the same show. It's just on Spotify. And he's not in that weird studio with the red lights anymore. He's in a real studio now. I mean, there's a reason the media has been on him. He's been talking about shit. So you might want to scroll through some of the guests there. Let's finish that one up.
Fake outrage.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like, if you truly believe in your cause, you should be able to argue it without fake publicity stunts. And me, as someone who is pro-choice, it's like, this just makes us look stupid. I would so much rather you have a conversation about why than a publicity stunt for your Instagram or your TikTok or whatever.
I agree.
Which, and I see, we can't agree. That's got to be the soundbite, by the way, they use against me. Just you looking at me going, I agree. And they're going to.
Again, this is why you want people to prevent your show from becoming an echo chamber.
Canceled.
I love you, James.
I love you so much.
That's going to be the sound.
I did it. Okay, so I do. He's going to regret saying
you're far
this.
right. No. Politics flows in one direction.
Yeah.
If a person on the left stands next to a person on the right,
I'm so glad that he's bringing this up again. He talks about this all of the time. All the time. I want to know if you guys think this is true or if you disagree.
Politics flows in one direction.
Yeah.
If a person on the left stands next to a person on the right, it proves the person on the left is a right winger.
Yeah, we should have a picture of me and you, and then it just says she becomes progressive. Why can't that happen?
Do you guys think that is true? That politics only flows in one direction? That if you have a left-wing person and a right-wing person, just in a picture together, then what the public reaction will be is that, oh no, the left-wing person is now a right-winger or is platforming the right, or it never goes the other way. Why? Which I'm sure you're asking. It's because they don't know how to have conversations. So the assumption is that if you're even going to talk to those people, then you must agree with them. And we are now in the second generation of this. We have kids, maybe your age, I don't know. We have kids who have grown up in this hyper polarized world. And so in the beginning, it was manipulation. It was people telling you, knowing that it wasn't true, that if you talk to the right wingers, then you're going to be one of them. But now we have people who just believe it because that's the way that it's always been for them. And so they don't have any notion of, well, maybe you can have a reasonable conversation. Their baseline is that you can't talk to these people. And if you are talking to them, you're letting them get away with saying wrong things, all that platforming shit. Only runs in one direction. Rigo says, Rogan himself just doesn't interest me anymore. Nothing against the podcast quality, but I moved on from saying that I generally have for Ben Shapiro. They're great jumping off points for politics. That's very fair. That's very fair. When I first, I got into Rogan from a lot of atheist stuff, like Sam Harris, I think Pat Dillahunty, Lawrence Krauss, Michael Shermer, people like that would go on Rogan, and I would watch for them. And then I just enjoyed it enough that I would watch every single episode. This was somewhere around episode 700-ish. And I would watch every single episode. And of course, this is when it was still on YouTube, so it was right there. I don't really use Spotify. And that's fair for Ego, because he's the same guy. He's learning more. He's bringing other people in. So I've gone back to watching for the guests rather than just watching for him. So fair enough. Fair enough.
Look at her going to the left.
I'll stand on the left and you stand on the right.
100%. Yeah.
I'm thinking of the math, right? If one person stands next, if a progressive stand next to a conservative, people will be like, look at this, they're hanging out with conservatives, they're right wing.
Yeah.
But what if it's one liberal standing next to two conservatives? I'm sorry. What if it's a conservative standing next to two liberals? Are both liberals now conservative?
Now or did the two liberals kidnap the conservative?
Or
how many liberals equals one conservative?
Exactly.
This is solid.
So this is some Common Core math going on.
Imagine one conservative guy in the middle with.
I don't. Who is Brian Green? Brian Green. No, I don't think I do.
5 Antifa around him, and he has his arm around their shoulders. Are they going to say those Antifa are all right wing? All of them?
No, they're going to say they kidnapped him.
And then,
absolutely.
Yeah, Antifa kidnapped conservative.
Thanks for checking out this clip.
All right. So, who, after seeing that, put a 1 in the chat if you think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is crazy. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, just based on that clip, that you probably don't think she's crazy. But what if you watch the whole episode? She's actually got 2 episodes with Tim. So go check those out. See it for yourself. Dude on, I don't even know, Chris Hayes, I think? Dude from MSNBC? Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's just a troll, you know. She's not like somebody we take seriously. It's not like she's a congresswoman or anything. But AOC is somebody we take seriously. That's that position. And as we've seen, on the left, you have an overwhelming disparity of the people that just swallow the narrative whole. Not to say it doesn't happen on the right, but it's the default on the left to support the establishment, to believe the establishment. You watch both of those episodes and every interview, rally, speech she's ever done, and come back and tell me she's crazy, you're lying. You may not agree with what she says. You may not even you may agree with what she says and not like the way she says it. But that's not the same thing. Sketchplace says they've raided Trump's house? The FBI? For what? The fuck? Here, let's do this. So the last thing I wanted to show you guys was with Michael Malice. I'm going to look this up real quick. But if you're not familiar with Michael Malice, you need to be familiar with Michael Malice. He is an anarchist. But he's extremely intelligent. He's very witty. He's funny as shit. And it's just someone you're missing out if you don't know about this guy. So that being said, Lauren Chen is also somebody that I she's not necessarily she's just a chick that kind of repeats talking points, but she's pretty cool, and that's what we're gonna watch.
Michael, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, Lauren.
Yeah, no problem. So we are living in crazy times right now. There are riots in the streets, and meanwhile, there's also lockdowns in so many parts of the world, increasing authoritarianism. You're someone who just is one of the most vocal critics of big government that I know. What are you making of all of this? Because at the same time, I feel like there's no authority where there should be some, and where there shouldn't be any, like going to work and being able to go to church. There's too much. What do we do?
It's interesting you say that, because I'm just going to correct something I disagree with what you said a very, very little bit, but I think it speaks
there's no rule. We should not have any authority anywhere.
Yeah. You're a conservative. I'm an anarchist. The expression "big government."
What the fuck?
This is what small government looks like. Small government.
Hold on. I want this covering his face, and this is annoying me because it is skipping 145. Let's try that again. Run it back.
Hey,
I hate that my computer does that. 145. All right. Too many Pepe memes.
Small government, according to the anarchist vision, is it's only there to make sure everyone is safe. It doesn't do regulation, doesn't do education.
I'm gonna back it up just a little bit since we had that. Okay. We're moving. We're on.
Conservative. I'm an anarchist. The expression "big government." This is what small government looks like. Small government, according to the minarchist vision, is it's only there to make sure everyone is safe. It doesn't do regulation, doesn't do education. Well, when you have a minarchist government, when you have a government dedicated just to protecting the common good and keeping people safe, that's perfectly compatible with what we're seeing here. When you have the police having government monopoly on the freedom of the population. As to what I think what people increasingly are appreciating, both on the right and the left, is that once the government has power, it's not going to do anything to see if it can get away with it.
That's an important point there. Again, do you guys agree or disagree with that? This is an important point that we need to know is, if it's true or not. Once you give the government power, there is no way they will cede that power. I think it's a direct Michael Malice quote that there's nothing so permanent as a temporary government, I'm screwing it up, There's nothing as permanent as a temporary government measure, or you know, I'm getting where I'm going with it. Maybe he'll say it in here, but once the government has the power, they will not give it up. After 11/9 with the Patriot Act, we got the NSA. That now it's just accepted that you're spied on, that everything you download TikTok and it doesn't matter because they're already spying on you. Where are you going to hide? Then you give the government the power to say that they can inject you with anything they want. You think they're going to give that power up? Hey, we got Indie Film in the building. Welcome, welcome. I think Reagan said something like that. Would not be surprised. Sketchy Plays says, I think we should have a small government. Take a look at our history. How many times have a big government gone well? They become oppressive and power hungry. Absolutely. Oh, and hey, how you doing? How you doing? We are talking about whether there should be a national divorce, and right now we got Michael Malice on with Lauren Chen.
It's a great dry run. We predicted this. This is not a big, hard prediction to make, that once you get people used to being able to be locked in their home for ostensibly a proper reason, there's no reason that they won't be able to say, look, you did it before. We need to do it again. You know, we all have to suffer together. And H.L. Mencken, the great journalist of the early 20th century, had this quote, which just still resonates today, which is, the average man does not want to be free. He simply wants to be safe. So there's so many people.
Boom. The average man does not want to be free. He just wants to be safe. The only way to be safe is to give up your freedom. Freedom and safety don't coexist. With freedom comes danger. But they've convinced the people that there's so much from which we need safety that we should give up literally all of our rights, including the right not to be injected with experimental medicines. Like I said, you want to get in with Michael Malice. So Frigo says, my assigned FBI agent talks to me sometimes. He looks out for me. Okay, fair enough. Positive facts. You have a big government and they take your human rights. They will only care about money and their well-being, not their people's. They could look out the window and see their people suffering and starving and could care less. And Indie Film is echoing what we've all been saying. So we just want to be left alone. The Republican and Democratic thing, the left, the right, those distinctions are meaningless these days. You have the people who want to be left alone and the people who want to implement their ideology forcefully on you. There's liberty and authoritarianism. Where do you fall on that spectrum? That's all that matters anymore. And that's why Michael Malice is to the extreme side of liberty, where he doesn't want any government at all. I don't really think that could work, but the less the better.
People who want that excuse to be locked in their home, who also want to avoid at all costs the need to think critically and to take what they're presented on their screens, whether computer or television, at face value. If the guy on the screen tells you need to do this, you need to drink dog pee, well, let's find Lassie and let's fill her up. And you laugh, but it was in Canada, I believe, where they were suggesting that parents quarantine their kids within their home.
Yes.
Meaning not just, okay, you can't leave the house, you can't leave your room. And when I was putting this on Twitter, people came at me because they thought I had simply meant you're stuck at home with your family, which is like a camping trip. And even the people who are for this, didn't even take it as a hypothesis that the state or certain state actors were advocating, and moms were following through and tweeting about how hard it is that their child is locked in their room, texting mom, "I'm lonely and I'm bored."
Jesus fucking Christ. That is horrifying. Exactly. I'm right there with you. Did you guys hear that? Is that what we want as Americans?
State or certain state actors were advocating, and moms were following through and tweeting about how hard it is that their child is locked in their room, texting mom, "I'm lonely and I'm bored." So
that's horrifying. Hey, we got no freedoms in the building. Welcome. No Freedom says, no humans are sheep, no, humans are sheep that need to be controlled. However, we allowed the idiots to gain power. Interesting. So, we're generally talking about, national divorce because the two sides have gotten so far apart that it doesn't really seem like we can find any middle ground. I don't necessarily disagree with you in general that a large portion of the population are just sheep, NPCs, brainless, whatever you want to call them. But the government can't be trusted to keep them in line. Community absolutely can. So as long as we stick to the non-aggression principle, respecting property rights, and not doing anything that hurts anybody else, we should be good. Inconceivable? Conceive of it, baby. And this is what happens when people are so, again, like I was talking about the notion of religion being government being religion and the government being God. It's inconceivable to you because you wouldn't do that to your child. But these people, as No Freedoms is saying, are fucking sheep. They're fucking sheep. So they will do whatever they are told. Maybe the divorce should be people who know how to take care of their own shit and people who need to suckle on the tit of government for their entire lives for everything.
They're two different, I think, psychological states, and I do not think that there's any way to resolve any kind of discussion between the two.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing that increasingly, even with, so in Canada right now, if you travel.
And so this is from April 2021, and it's only gotten worse in the last almost year and a half.
Abroad, you have to do 2 weeks of quarantine. And if you live with someone who didn't travel with you, you're not even supposed to be in the same area as them within your house. It's supposed to be, like you said, quarantining within separate rooms. And you're an advocate of a national divorce. Love that. I am totally black-pilled. Oh, yeah. I'm on board. But I mean, in terms of like a workable solution, how does that happen? Because we see when it comes to anything to do with like secession or something, the left likes bring up these terms, insurrection, sedition, unless it's Cal exit to be more communist, then it's totally okay. I mean, is this even a conversation that's realistic?
Oh, I think it's very realistic. First of all, I advocated that some congressmen I think the Republicans should play offense, which they do well when they try, which is very rare. And someone should offer a bill to expel California from the union. It's not going to go anywhere, but you see how just this week the left is advocating, the Democrats specifically, advocating packing the Supreme Court, right. But now that's on the table. So it's the kind of thing how if you're in a marriage and at some point someone raises the issue of divorce, you can't unring that bell. Now it's kind of in the air, but there's so
once you bring, just like in a real or marriage, once you bring up divorce, you cannot unring that bell. And that's why it started out as a fringe extremist whatever. But now it's mainstream. Oh, there was what was it? There was something here that I wanted to. So Any Film said the DNJ is now officially the Neo-Stasi. Is that like the neo-Nazi party? I don't know what that means. So I think the states will need to stand up to the fascist Fed. That part I 100% agree with. So whatever Neo-Stasi means, you're probably right.
many hard left ideas like defunding the police, packing the Supreme Court, making Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. states that are now, part of the zeitgeist, whereas there's no such ideas on the other side of the aisle. The Republicans have 50 senators. They're only down like 10 seats in the House. Certainly, they're not in a position to put those bills through, but this is a great way to do what they did in 1994 with the Contract for America, where they said, here's 10 bullet points that we're for, and all of those bullet points were unambiguously either populist or right of center. So in terms of practicality, I think the good example is what happened in Colorado back in the day, which is Colorado just said, we're going to decriminalize marijuana. And it was still a federal crime. And they were just opening up dispensaries and they were getting raided. But with regard to masks and other things, it's just going to be a matter of enough people saying, screw you, we're not doing this. And it doesn't have to be a conscious or verbally discussed decision.
That's a great point. That's a great point. That Colorado just said, fuck you to the Fed. And said, we want weed here. So we're going to get weed. And now I think it's like 34 states have recreational, legal recreational weed. That's how it happens. You just have to do things. You just have to stand up and say what you believe in. Other people believe what you believe as well. You may not believe that. You may not think that. You may not see that. But you will remain blind as long as you stay quiet. If you don't speak up, you will remain blind. Anyville says, years ago, I was talking to a German about the fall of the wall. I assume you mean the Berlin Wall. They said that East Germans had no idea how to work, how to care for themselves. Is there one? Yeah, I mean, that is... So I'm not too... I guess the East Germans were under heavier control. I'm not great with geopolitics, but there was the Berlin Wall, and there was East Germany and West Germany, and once it fell, Indy film was talking about how there was a certain culture, I guess you could call it, that existed on the east side of the wall, and then they tore that wall down, and because it was up for as long as it was, two different cultures had been established. Now, the interesting thing there is that now Germany is one cohesive country. I'm sure there's, still things held over, but it's still Germany. Like Germany is Germany. And that's a little bit of a white pill. They had a literal wall going through their whole country. I mean, through Berlin. I don't know how big it was. And the East Germans, when the wall came down, had no idea how to work or care for themselves, assumingly because the communist government was just keeping them there, suckling off the teat of the government so that the government could continue being the government. And that's what's going on now, except without the wall. So it'd be very interesting to see if we actually did have that national divorce, what would happen to the people who are so stuck on the government tit? They don't have the rest of us to balance them out anymore. That's a scary thought. That's a scary thought. And Jank from the Young Turks is like, well, we're going to have to come and save you. Yeah, okay. Okay, pal. Rigo says, he does make a good point. Write a draft that lists all the states that we want gone, that we know won't pass, but say that we don't want them at all. Fair enough. Paz tells us we need cheap people to keep a society balanced. Remember, people, we live in a limited resources world. Not everyone can be on the same level. Search for equality and you will eliminate innovation. Ooh, that's a good one. I like that, Postal. Search for equality and you will eliminate innovation. I think as long as I would change that to equity, because equality of opportunity is a good thing. But it doesn't mean equality of outcomes. Equality of outcomes is equity. I would change that to search for equity and you will eliminate innovation. So yeah, the new Stasi, they were the CCCP secret police. Oh, Interesting. You're teaching me under the Soviet Union. Teaching me stuff. Awesome. Awesome. I like it. I like it. Well, it says, even in Tennessee, where weed is illegal, Delta 8 and hemp THC is sold legally because they found ways around the law. Yeah. Are you guys, is anybody old enough to remember salvia? Probably not. But sketchy places, if I feel a national divorce happened, there would be a war. Well, that's the point. The point is, without the national divorce, we're going to have a war. So the point of the national divorce would be to prevent the war, to say, okay, we are too far gone. We are not all in the same ideologically. We're not all in the same camp anymore. So in the same way, we don't have these kinds of disagreements with pick a country. You know, the differences. I mean, even as small as Canada, we don't get in we don't bring like military action to the notion that Canada doesn't have free speech in the same way we do, because they're a different country. So if you want the right, quote unquote, to separation, and you have a national divorce, then your country can have that procedure, and the other country will just say, no, we don't do that here. You are free to do what you want to do. We just don't want that here. That is the entire idea of the national divorce. You know, freedom's a great point that a lot of smart people die broke. Yep. Equity is communism. Communism. Yeah. Yup. Salvia was the shit back in the day. It was this gas station shit that you would buy, and you would take. It was like it was like diet DMT. That's the best way I can describe it. Where are we at? So, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Don't lie to me. That's the story everybody says. Did that really happen to you, Indie Film? I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
On the train last night in New York, and the idea of social distancing, despite all that propaganda on all the ads, was gone. People were sitting shoulder to shoulder like we used to do back in the day. No one told them this was okay. They just basically are not in a position to enforce their edicts. And I got paid to read Andrew Cuomo's book. It wasn't that bad. Spoiler alert, because he didn't write it. It was just like a journal. But one of the things even he said explicitly is, without mass compliance, all of these decrees are going to be largely impotent. Now, it's a little different. It's a lot different in Canada, because here in the States, we have not implemented that level of police state that you guys have had over there. And Americans have been fighting back culturally more aggressively. So sitting here and watching what's going on, what Douglas Ford just put forward this week is disturbing to the nth degree, but it's also disturbing to how many people are desperate to be told what to do and to be able to be obedient and to use that as an ability to try to dominate others.
Oh, for sure.
So a great point there. Again, about domination, power, all of that stuff. So is this an answer to did you really do this? I don't think you did that. That's the I took acid one time and he jumped off this 2-story building because he thought he could fly. Now, I will tell you that if you just tell me that happened on salvia, I will believe you now, because I could definitely see that happening. Now is not story time, but hey, if you want to hear about some salvia stories, come on up on the panel and I will tell you. Vincent, I am right there with you. That is on my bucket list. There are few things I want to accomplish more. Few. There are some, but there's few things that I want to accomplish more than experiencing a legitimate DMT trip. Priorities? What do you got to say? Because a lot of smart people are the first to go under authoritarian rule. Less challenges that way. Very good point. Yep. And so any film says, sounds like the European Union. Oh, wait, is that the federalist system? Maybe we should try that. Well, in what way? Like having an American Union? And I mean, essentially, that's how it works, where we have, we have, each state has its own jurisdiction, and there's a federal government above that. okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, so I mean, it's not too much different in the way, in the context of what we're talking about in terms of national divorce, in terms of different jurisdictions having just different laws. We're already very much like a European Union as a country. If you think about how small Europe in general is, and each country in Europe is, and then you think about the United States as one country. The United States as a country is way larger than each country. Like, there are states that are bigger than countries in Europe. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Sketch place. There won't be any of you studying work hard. Idiots can be rich yeah, but I mean, it's not that simple, man. It's just not that simple. You definitely should study and work hard, and if you put that energy in the right thing, if you study the right things and work in the right industries, then yes. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be rich, and being rich doesn't mean that you necessarily did that. Let's throw it back to Lauren. I'm going to back that up just to get a...
It's also disturbing to how many people are desperate to be told what to do and to be able to be obedient and to use that as an ability to try to dominate
that went over my head.
Others.
Oh, for sure. I think I don't want to bring up the Holocaust. This is not the same. This is not a genocide that's happening. But, we look throughout history and there are all these different things and you wonder, how could that have happened? Why didn't people react or do something when people in charge were trying to do these crazy things? I think we are starting to see a small level of that right now, because just a year and a half ago, I would never have imagined that there would be widespread curfews where I live, where you would be banned from gathering, where you could call the cops on your neighbors for having a family member over. But that's where we are. And I'm seeing how quickly the attitude toward that can change. But
remember, Gina Carano was on The Mandalorian, and all she did, I think it was on Instagram, she put a picture, a black and white picture of just like people. It was an old picture of people, and all she said is that I don't even think she brought up, I don't even think that she specifically said the Nazis, but she said Germany. She said something along the lines of, "It's scary to see that just like in Nazi Germany, we are being encouraged by the government to snitch on our neighbors. And that's a bad thing." That was her post. And she got canceled. She got fired from Disney. Lucky for her, she's probably making more money now in with being the basically the biggest star on the Daily Wire, but still bullshit. So, yes, I equate the states to the European countries. Each have their own governance, but are in the EU for... Yeah, I didn't get the joke. My bad. It went right over my head. Positalis says, let non-religious people run the world. Yeah, baby. But unfortunately, right now, so many of the non-religious people are the far leftists, because they don't have religion, and they've decided not to replace the values of religion with anything that resembles American values. We definitely don't want a theocracy where religious beliefs dictate our policy. But I think there's a lot fewer non-religious people, if you count the government and how many people treat the government as a god. I think there's far fewer legitimately non-religious people than you think there are. No, but there's history books and stuff. You never heard of Anne Frank? She had a diary. 1939 was not that long ago. We know what happened in 1939 in Germany with decent accuracy. The point was that she got canceled just for stating facts about history.
Something that really frustrates me looking at the left-right paradigm is that we see Democrats right now, they dream big. they are bold.
Oh, yeah.
There's no such thing as something too crazy. We talk
Oh,
about
yeah.
socialized medicine, not just socialized medicine, but actually banning any private insurance like Bernie Sanders wants to do. We're talking about getting rid of the Electoral College, packing the court, even lowering the voting age to 16. I think we see that when the left doesn't like something, they're fine with changing the rules. But like you said, the right doesn't go on offense at all, almost. And that's why I like the idea of a national divorce, even if it doesn't happen right away. If we can at least put forward something on the table, then at least maybe we'll have the chance to shift the Overton window a little bit back toward the way it used to be.
That's it. And that's an interesting point. That's always a criticism of the right, is that all the GOP, all they are is a speed bump for the Democratic Party. Whatever the Democrats want, the Republicans are just like, well, hold on, slow down. Hold on. Okay. That's pretty much the GOP. And that's why it's so frustrating to, finally be as removed from the Democratic Party. It's because I don't want to go over to the other side. I think the notion that it has to be so black and white is what's hurting us. Any influences climate change, CRT, trans, whatever is their religion. Yep, exactly. That's the point, is that ideally truly secular people would not have replaced a theistic God with their side of the government, but they did. No, Gina Carano is a current actor. She used to be on The Mandalorian. Earlier in her life, she was an MMA fighter, but well, let me just find the post. Let's just find the post. Gina Carano post canceled. Do it. So, actually, really? Open image. There we go. So she said, where am I? She said, Jews were beaten in the streets, not by Nazi soldiers, but by their neighbors, even by children. Quote, because history is edited, most people today don't realize that to get to the point where Nazi soldiers could easily round up thousands of Jews, the government first made their own neighbors hate them simply for being Jews. How is that any different from hating someone for their political views? And she was canceled for that. She was canceled for that. That's too far. Talking about actual world history, that's cancelable. Frigo says religion is just an easier sell than a structured based on moral relativism. It's hard to convince the majority of the population of Earth that flawed humans or groups of them run better than a deity. I agree, but doesn't mean doesn't mean we should just go with whatever's easiest. But I do agree with you. Sketchyplay says, as far as I know, a lot of business owners make products and sell them to people. How exactly? Punctuation, guys. Punctuation. As far as I know, a lot of business owners make products and sell them to people. How exactly do they screw over the poor of you? The poor of, if you have a claim like this, you should be sure to have an example. I mean, there's price gouging, and there's all kind. Fucking anything that has fine print is bullshit. I mean, when's the last time you read the terms of service on anything? You should, but you're not going to, and they know that. Any Film says, no divorce necessary. Okay, we got a strong stance here. The states need to assert their constitutional position. Return to the federal system. I don't know what you're talking about. But, yeah, I mean, that's, well, but The notion is that people like you and I want that. This is what Tim Pool was saying to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Is that we're suggesting, okay, everybody needs to kind of go and do whatever works best for them. And on the left, they're saying, no, you need to all follow our rules. Even though we are individual states. They want to use the federal government to turn it into a monolith. Who are the poor people, rich and talented singers fucked over? Who? Punctuation, brother. Who did those rich actors fuck over? Who did Walt Disney fuck over when he was making a business? Who did Mark? You get the point. You could still use punctuation. There's 10. There's not even 10 of us here. You could do 2 in a row. I'll see them. I hate the notion that socialists and leftists push that says, "Hey, everyone who got rich fuck someone over." Yep. It's taken a lot more time for me to try to figure out what the fuck you're saying. And Vincent's going out. Anybody want anything?
Rather than it just being constantly moving leftward.
Yeah, and having a national divorce on the table. I was pod.
That again.
Almost. And that's why I like the idea of a national divorce, even if it doesn't happen right away. If we can at least put forward something on the table, then at least maybe we'll have the chance to shift the Overton window a little bit back toward the way it used to be, rather than it just being constantly moving leftward.
Yeah, and having a national divorce on the table, I was the first one positing this in 2016. What happens, and Trump did this well in the campaign, he didn't do it well as president, is you put forward an idea you're not going to get, but at the very least that forces someone to negotiate and you get part of what you want. During the campaign, very famously, of course, he always said that we were going to build a wall, Mexico was going to pay for it. Very quickly, when he became president, the idea of Mexico paying for this wall went out the window, but no one on his side cared. At that point, they're like, look, if we have to pay for ourselves as American taxpayers, but we still get the wall, we don't care. So if the issue is, well, we're not going to have a national divorce, it at least normalizes and puts into public discourse the concept of further discussion is not possible. There's no, Venn diagram here between these two worldviews, and we have to take any further discussion, negotiation from there to the idea that we're not all in this together and we do not share the same goals and values, and that's okay. And where do you go from there?
Yeah, exactly. And I think, I'm starting to feel that increasing frustration that there's no reconciliation with the other side, especially when we look at things like the Black Lives Matter protests. And I am not trying to advocate for state violence, anything like that. I think we have seen cases where it's pretty clear cut that the cops were in the wrong, specifically the Dante Wright shooting, or even the officer herself has said, yes, I shouldn't have done this. But when we see people coming forward and then pretty much using the state violence to advocate for outright communism, like we see Black Lives Matter doing, it might have started as this anti-police violence platform, but they are actual Marxists. We see even places like that.
And that kind of stuff, the fact that BLM is not just, the notion that Black people have lives that matter. It's gone so far beyond just representing what the words actually mean. Semantic obfuscation. It's gone so far beyond that because that's the name of an organization. That it is that it's crazy that people don't understand that. People still, sport BLM shit left, right, and center. It's crazy. How do people not know this? Ron says 99%. He probably has the watch time, but he needs 1,000 subs. Yeah. So I think I checked. I think I'm about 1,000 hours away, and I am almost halfway to 1,000. So if you haven't subscribed, help me out, yo. Once I can start getting money for this, and I can put money back into this, because I'm not trying to get rich. Anybody who saw me on TLA and he was saying like, oh, you're not, nobody's gonna watch. If you, and especially I was talking about it in Discord today, that that's what I really want, that community tab, because then I can talk to you guys. Exactly. And I'm okay. I'm okay with just having a smaller channel where it's just us. And let's say, there's 10,000 subs in total, but there's maybe 200 of us who are like here for every stream, and we're, actually friends. We actually talk to each other. We're in Discord together. We're watching movies. We're not on stream. We're, asking about each other's wives and how's your kid? How's the dog doing? Oh, that kind of shit. That's what I want to build. I just want some friends, man. But really, I want to build a community of people like us. And YouTube doesn't really push that. YouTube just, wants whatever gets views. And so I'm not necessarily a priority to YouTube. But with your guys' help, I can get there. Valen says, I don't support BLM. I'm not racist, just the way they go about things. It's sad that you even have to put in the I'm not racist part. Here, you definitely don't. But it's sad that you feel like you do. Because it's exactly what you said. It's the way they go about things. They are an organization just like any other. Just because they put a race in their name doesn't shield them from the reality of the fact that they operate in a world with other people, other organizations. I'm down with this. Let's go. That don't forget, the Cash App or Venmo is rolling right across the bottom of the screen. You do not have to wait until I get monetized to help me out. And I am broke as shit. So whatever you want to do. Freedom says BLM was for the alphabet community. Interesting. As far as I understood, it started out as an anti-police thing. No? I thought it came out of the Trayvon Martin thing, but I could definitely be wrong. No, Freedom goes on to say, also, why did women make BLM off the bodies of men and then write their first message statement talk down to men? Yep. It's all bullshit. It's all more politics. This is why we need, all of us, we need to be woke in the actual sense that we need to be awakened to the bullshit. Not woke as in what BLM is. Don't do that. Don't do that. We got too much of that already. But that's why you need to be aware of these things, because then most normie people are just out there like, yeah, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. They have no idea what they're saying. And so Environment feels like he's got to say, I'm not racist for not supporting a Marxist organization that throws money away, doesn't stand for what the list goes on. I don't support that organization. That's it. That's it. That's all you should have to say. But because they've taken over the culture, they've taken over the language, to say BLM is whatever they want it to be. If you say I don't support BLM, to them it means you don't support the lives of Black people. But if you do support BLM, well, it's just a phrase that means it's whatever they want it to be. Vincent, I like this guy. Let's keep this guy around. Let's give one for Vincent. Sketch Place says half the people that spout BLM never go out and participate in the protests and stuff like that. Half of them never even went to the website. Half of them never even went to the website, much less to protest. At least if they went to a protest, I would think that they were serious. But they just add it, edit profile, edit bio, 3 letters and a black fist. And now you're, oh my God, I'm so, I care so much. You guys don't even understand. BLM is my whole life because Black lives matter. It's really what these people think. This is really the thought process. Thank you, Revolvement. I very, very much appreciate each and every one of you. All 7 of you. Sketch said, I don't think we need a national divorce as much as we need to have a government that's functional enough to work together, which is not the one we have now. So, again, this is the point, is that it would be easier to have a national divorce, theoretically. That's, the notion is that it would be easier to have a national divorce than to fix the level of fuck-uppery that we're experiencing with the federal government. Vince is banned like a motherfucker. What did you do? What did you do? Sketches, we need red pilled with extra steps. I agree. Ron says these people are so proud to be back in their movement, but yet every time I see the BLM movement, they're destroying cities, burning it down. Is that how Martin Luther King would do it? Hell no. Any fellas? I'm not saying that out loud because somebody will clip that eventually. We both disagree on dividing people into groups based on race. Interesting. Vince said BLM is a fraud charity. She bought herself a mansion, like that pastor with all the jewelry. Yeah, what was it? Bishop White, something like that. Yeah, if you guys are fans of TLA, he just did a stream on some dude that was wilding out with his money. Those religious people, man, them deacons and bishops and pastor. Oh man. Oh, I'm with. If I had to pick, I'd take the pills, but. Your last message. Yeah. So, I mean, I kind of went on a, I no was the short answer, but I kind of went on a tirade. So, let's just try to keep it low key. All right. We'll keep you on the lowdown.
Nike, Foot Locker, they've all pretty much jumped on board with this. It seems like the conversation has shifted so quickly. They've been so successful at controlling the public discourse surrounding this. I mean, is that something that you're concerned about too? That if no one else speaks out, pretty much we're just going to be living in like a Black Lives utopia?
There's one silver lining here. I agree with what you said, broadly speaking. And that silver lining is an understanding for conservatives that the police are not your friends. Right. For decades, Back the Blue is a very conservative slogan. The idea, which is not untrue, that police officers have a difficult job. And the argument is, which is also has truth to it, but for the police, you're going to have a lot more crime in inner city neighborhoods and in other areas. But now I think over the last year, the conservatives have come to understand that police are more interested in disarming you than in preventing crime and keeping you safe. In all of these cities after cities, the cops, which again is a government monopoly on security, sat on their hands, and the only people who are facing consequences are those who try to do something to defend themselves and their property. So having this understanding that the police are the teeth of the state, and they are the ones who put what Gretchen Whitmer, governor of Michigan, what Andrew Cuomo, governor of New York, and Nancy Pelosi want into practice, and without them, these are just crazy people writing things down on a piece of paper.
Wait, let me finish
that is a good step forward in terms of realizing, okay, who is on your side and who is not. The police.
Okay. So I am very interested to hear, Freedoms, why it is that you hated Martin Luther King. I'm very curious. And how old are you? Just curious. Because unless you were alive during that period, it would be very weird to have that much of a disdain for somebody you didn't know unless you had a particular reason. Sage Play says, if Martin Luther King saw what people were doing, he would be disappointed. He would be utterly disgusted. He had a dream, and he gave his life peacefully. Well, he didn't. Getting shot is not giving your life peacefully, but he tried to live his life peacefully for the Black community, and this is what they do. You'd be turned over in his grave, man. I mean, it's oh man. This is the smooth cat is listening. I can't say it. I got you. No Freedom said, actually, he would not. Look up the long, hot summer. Yeah, I think history didn't show you other Black leaders for a reason. Says, I don't hate him, but I support Malcolm X more to a degree. Fair enough, but that's a very different statement. Pazza says, I prefer to be scared of cops than criminals. Nah, cops got the backing of the whole government. Criminals, just one dude. I'll take my chances with a criminal over the cops any goddamn day. What did you say? You didn't mean this? Hey, we're almost at panel time. If there's something you missed, just come on up and we'll talk about it as soon as it's over.
Police will always be on the side of the government and never be on the side of the people. And we're seeing this even worse, Lauren. I'm sure you agree, in Europe, where there was that footage of just people in a park during daytime and an elderly man being clubbed by a cop on horseback. And when people say, oh, they're just following orders, just doing their job, the question I always have, and this was also in Canada, how much money?
We're talking about money. again, I want you guys to really hear this. Actually, let's get rid of the banner. Let's make sure we can see his face.
Would take for just us an elderly man clubbed by a cop on horseback. And when people say, oh, they're just following orders, just doing their job, the question I always have, and this was also in Canada, how much money would it take for Justin Trudeau to pay you to go inside a church and break up a church service and arrest or fine the person leading that prayer service?
How much would it cost? How much would it cost for you personally to go and break up a private religious service? Because that happened. That happened in New York. That happened in Canada. That happens all over. That happened all over the place during the Rona regime. Happened all over the place. Facts. No Freedom says, don't forget Martin Luther King was going to join the Black Panthers. Yeah, I think he was. I don't think he was necessarily a pacifist. I think he understood the role of pacifism in activism. I could be wrong about that, but that is my interpretation of. I haven't really looked it up anytime super recently, but that was always my impression. Frigo says cops should be trained as long as teachers, nurses, doctors, lawyers. Isn't it sad that they're not? Isn't that sad? Positile said, I live in a third world country. Trust me, a country with no police or justice power is very scary to live in. This is something that Americans don't understand until they experience it. Interesting. What was the gun situation in terms of Positile, you being able to have firearms to protect yourself from whatever would happen? That's very interesting. I'd love to hear more about that if you want to come up on panel time.
If there's no amount of money I would take where I would feel comfortable doing something like this. This is a totally different type of mentality.
Yeah, and then I'm glad that you bring that up specifically back to blue, because I have been approached by different conservative organizations to, hey, we're doing this campaign, be back blue when you can use this in support of us. And I don't want
From Tim Cast IR.
Why did that happen?
Anti-individual police officer. Like you said, it's our job, plenty of good cops out there, but I do worry that because conservatives may have this as like almost deference to authority and to tradition, that especially right now, like we're seeing with the COVID lockdowns, it kind of almost leaves them into compliance with orders that don't make sense. And I think there is a right to question the people who are actually enforcing these laws. And I've been kind of actually pleasantly surprised in some American cities and states where we've seen sheriffs come out or even individual police forces and say, no, we're not doing this. Like, this is ridiculous. This is against the oaths that we've pledged to uphold. So we're not going to, I guess, enforce these orders. I want to see more of that. And it's I like that you bring up that, these individual officers, they do have a choice to not do this.
It's really kind of amazing how much, the argument is, well, it's not their fault, it's the fault of changing politicians. Well, good luck doing that. That's certainly not very feasible. But even so, if I hire you as a hitman to kill my mom, we both have blood in our hands. So to say that there's only, when a church service is being, a peaceful church service is being broken up, there's plenty of guilt to go around. It's not just one person's fault. This is a systemic issue. And in my view, the system has to be completely burned to the ground.
Yeah, and I love that. And it's funny because I've kind of embraced that mentality more and more. And, it's at once almost a
So let's do that. Actually, I'll make a poll. I want to know whether you guys, this is Lauren Chen. She is very cute. This was before she had the baby. She's just now getting back to her pre this state. Okay. I completely forgot what the fuck. Oh. Okay. Should we country or burn it down, start again? That sounds like an emo song. Burn it down and start again. All right. Where are we? Indie film. Oh man. Son of Freedom says, if we have cameras that can be ran over, set on fire, etc., it is funny how cop cameras get broke so easily or can't record 24/7. Facts. That's why I brought it up. I didn't want you to get your hopes up. Oh, you dirty dog! You dirty, dirty
but at the
dog!
same time freeing, because I think a lot of people who care about politics, especially if you're more pro-freedom, looking at the way things are going right now, it's very easy to get discouraged. But I think kind of pulling back and realizing, hey, maybe we're looking at this from the wrong paradigm. It's almost, in a sense, freeing, because it's like there's so much possibility. But I think people have been so used to this comfort and just existing in the status quo. And I've said it before, countries have changed all of the time. That's actually more the norm than things staying as established as they have been. And I want more people to understand that.
Oh, I completely agree. And it's just, I think there's a lot of movement where people are like, okay, this is realistic. They have no intent of loosening the restrictions, even though I'm sure you remember, and interviewers remember, when Governor Abbott of Texas basically eliminated mask mandates and loosened things up, and Governor Newsom of California said it was irresponsible, or even worse, or just insane. And the corporate press were flipping out. Oh my God, you want to kill grandma? And then 2 weeks later, the cases continue to drop, but they of course didn't bring that up because that doesn't validate their narrative. Having everyone in a state of perpetual fear about a disease that is actually killing people gives corporate media an enormous amount of power, because that is the only mechanism any of us are going to have to learn about the spread of the pandemic and how it's affecting different populations. And they are very aware that this gives them a certain amount of power. And just like the state, they're not going to cede it if they can help it.
Right. And there's something else I want to add.
So I haven't looked at the poll itself, but Anyfilm says burn it down means end the Fed. Then yes, states need to continue to ignore the Fed. That is what I meant by it. That is what I understand that Malice meant by it, but I made it kind of vague in that way, and I put it in quote. It's very deliberate, very deliberate. But No Freedom says, yeah, I'll try to repair the country, because if we tear it and burn it down, things can get bad. I don't want to imagine another me planning on some scary projects and ideas. I don't even want to know what that means. Let's just, for that sake, hope that we can repair the country.
Ask you about that's democracy. You are responsible for one of my favorite quotes of all time. One of those quotes that is so good. I wish I thought of it. Last time we spoke, you said that my rights aren't up for discussion, much less a vote. And I think we see right now from the left, they're really using the term democracy to essentially mean mob rule. They're trying to paint America as democracy. They're trying to paint the surrender of rights, whether that's your property rights, financial rights, freedom of speech, as a will of the people issue. How do we address that? Because even what people are seeing now, because the U.S. is a federal system, there are people who are like, all right, I don't like New York, I don't like California, that's okay, I'll just move to Texas. But then we kind of see the issue of, all right, now Texas is purple, Arizona's already purple, and you kind of have people bringing the policies that made the places where they're moving so bad with them. And that's kind of the issue when you can vote however you want, wherever you live. I mean, if there is a national divorce even, but let's say the left part of the country screws things up so bad, we end up having California stand refugees coming over because of, democratic practices, which are kind of entrenched in most Western countries. How do you stop what's happening to places like Arizona now from just happening on a larger scale? And then we're back where we started.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a very, very poignant question. If we just separate, and then one side goes to shit, then the other side, the Southern Union or whatever else, is going to have to worry about refugees from Freedomistan, supposedly. So for the poll, 83% of you, and remember, there's only 7 of us, 6 of you. So 83% said try to fix, and 16% said burn it down and try again. So that's pretty optimistic. And, feeling like we can change things is very important. That's precisely why I wanted to talk about this, to see, what do you guys think? Is this something that is inevitable? Is this something that is something we should be looking forward to? Is this a bad thing? Is this something we should be working to prevent? Is there, can we prevent this at all? Is it a false dichotomy? For those of you who remember every single time I try to bring up the fallacy stream, my brain goes. But the false dichotomy of either national divorce or civil war may not be a true dichotomy. We may have other options, and being fixing the company. Jesus Christ. Why do I keep saying that? I'm all over the place today. Posital says it is expensive to get guns in a third world country, but easy to find them. Most large groups of criminals have them. It's very hard to succeed, but not impossible. And oh man, the dead bodies of men, women, and children. No words to describe the experience. Do you mind if I ask where this was? Or again, if you just want to come up, we're just going to finish up the last couple minutes of this video, and I'm about to drop the link right now. But that sounds harrowing, and definitely not anything that I can formulate in my brain other than what I've seen in video games and movies and stuff, really. So yeah, let's finish this up.
Kristen Tate, who's the best, she had a book about this, about internal.
Hey, we got JH in the building. Always showing up right at the end. JH says, I don't think we can rebuild it. It would be totally different and Orwellian. Interesting. Well, but if we're rebuilding it, I feel like where we're going is already Orwellian, right? So if we're rebuilding, then the idea would be we are rebuilding because we are trying to avoid that 1984 world. That would be real hell if we burnt down the entire everything and we rebuilt it and it was even worse. I could see it happening, though. I could see it happening. I believe in a regulation on the police department, but don't reduce and slow the actions of justice in the moment. I think I agree with that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm myself. I'm not an anarchist. Michael Malice here is an anarchist, and it basically comes down to the theoretical notion that, especially as we saw over the lockdowns, that even though cops are supposed to work for the people, they are supposed to uphold the Constitution, that in reality, just like in Nazi Germany, they will just do what they are told. They are people too. They are they have a mindset, and I'm not talking about every single person. There's always exceptions to the rule. But we did not see, well, we did see a big exodus of good cops when the lockdown stuff happened and they were asking cops to do unconstitutional shit. But it's not like every cop was just like, no, we won't do this. There was just a big exodus. The rest of the cops that remained were like, okay, you're asking us to enforce something unconstitutionally? Okay. And that's it. That's his point. And it happened. Freedom says, okay, I'm okay with ending 80% of mankind to make the world a better place. Says no freedoms. Not me. However, trying to... So that's why I put burn in quotes, because when I say, I don't necessarily mean on like arson on flames and in flames. I mean, starting over. And almost more of a mental exercise. But however, trying to burn things down and trying to get others to agree is too hard. It's all hard. Thank you, Posital. Yep. Was justice served when the FBI raided Trump's house today? Yeah, I was trying to look up what was good with that, but it just happened. So I don't, obviously I'm doing this, but we'll definitely talk about it. We will talk about it. Right.
American migration and how that's changing things on a national and state level. And that is absolutely an issue. Barring a national divorce, what you're going to have to do is to have more restrictions on who is voting, and to fight the idea that everyone has a voice that needs to be heard and that everyone's opinions matter. This is demonstrably false. Certainly when it comes to my life, I value your opinion, but someone on the street and they're going to tell me how to keep my home secure. Not only am I not interested in their opinion, I regard them as a threat when they're telling me I can't exercise my Second Amendment rights. So to have this kind of recalibration of the discussion of democracy is something that needs to happen. And one piece of advice I have for people, and it just pings off something you started your question with, is whenever they start, you see someone on social media or elsewhere and on television referring to our democracy, they always mean our hegemony. They always mean our complete control. again, that bill that was just introduced in the House to expand the Supreme Court from 9 to 13 justices by a congressman, he was saying, having a Republican majority is a threat to our democracy. Democracy means that sometimes the other people are going to have the majority. And even if you're going to make the argument that Kavanaugh and Merrick Garland were done illegitimately, that still only gets you up to 11. So clearly what the model is, and this is a smart model, people on the left, and they've done this for over 100 years, this is the basis of kind of scientific progressivism, is change the rules in order to force the outcome that you want. Because if you have an outcome that you don't like, the argument goes, not stupidly, that maybe the system is wrong, and you just have to engineer it until you get the outcome you want. Just like in a factory, if the chocolates aren't coming out wrapped, you have to change the different pipes that are doing that. But what they are regarding as their goal is complete social political control. So the way to fight that is to fight it on the rules basis and not take what their arguments are at face value. If there were 9, Democratic Supreme Court justices or nominated by a Democratic president, you would not, of course, be having this argument.
Right. And that's what I really appreciate about you, is that unlike so many people, you're actually trying to come up with rules-based changes rather than just saying, all right, well, we're stuck in this system. How do we play fair when meanwhile nobody else is doing that? So thank you so much for joining us. If people want to keep up with what you're doing, be up to date on any of your projects, where can they find you?
My social network.
All right. Well, actually, I'm going to leave this open because I do want you guys to check out Michael Malice.
It's malice.locals.com, and on Twitter,
Oh, God damn it. All right. It's Michael Malice. His name is Michael Malice, and it's spelled like malice. It's right up here. So go check him out. So yeah, I want to hear from you guys. First up, we got Sketchy.
What's up?
What is good, brother?
Oh, nothing much.
What are you thinking of all this?
I just don't think we should do national divorce. I think it will just extremely backfire on the people in general. In a sense that, how do I put this? It won't necessarily impose on our freedoms, but it will create problems regarding laws and stuff like that. Like, governments of the country will just be up in shambles and barely getting back on their feet. So everything will just be completely wild and out of hand.
So I generally agree with you, but just to play devil's advocate, what do you think of the idea that, and maybe it doesn't even need to be with our country in general, but just take a step back and say sometimes things are so bad that it's better to start over than to try to fix the mess that we've got. That applies in some situations, somewhere at some time, right?
I do agree with that. Like, if the government was like going so far as to just oppress everyone, if someone like speaked out or did something wrong, they were just automatically killed or went missing. That's when I think that we would need to restart.
Well, I would hope we would restart a little bit before that. But yeah,
True.
definitely. So what do you think would be, one of the big issues in terms of, having this, if we were to do the divorce, you were saying it would cause a lot of shit with the laws and all that stuff. What do you think specifically would be that hard?
Well, I feel like we would have to, because we'd be separate rather than together like we are now, I feel like we would have to implement new laws, like take out the laws that certain people's made, and then we'd have to, once either the Democratic side or the Republican side would have to create a new constitution or a constitution, or use the same constitution in a sense, just like create new laws. I feel like the certain departments like law and stuff like that would side with the Democrats, and they would like leave the Republican states. You know what I mean by that? So we wouldn't have the things we need, like lawyers, cops, things that fund stuff like that. You know what I mean? We wouldn't have
not really, because why wouldn't because we have cops that are more liberal, and we have cops that are more conservative. But even taking it a step further back, we all, Vincent is correct in saying a new constitution would be a train wreck. However, I think it's not. I don't think it's being proposed that you start completely from scratch. I think both, let's just say, for the sake of argument, that they just split the country down the middle, that both countries would start at the same place and have the American Constitution, and then from there, the American Constitution as it is now, and then from there, either they can make the changes they want on this side, they can make the changes they want on this side. The red side would codify that extortion is illegal. The blue side would codify into law that it was legal up until birth and after birth or whatever. So I don't necessarily think that a new constitution would really come into play. It would just be the changes to the current constitution that we already have.
Yeah.
That makes things a lot less messy, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
So it can be, I don't know, it's sounding like something we might be able to handle here. So let's add Sanzik to the conversation. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good.
Word up, word up. What are you thinking about all of this?
Half and half, want and don't want.
Okay.
Because it'd be so difficult to like try to draw up lines between the states, because the states that are red technically right now, they have so many cities that are like just blue strongholds. So how would you get those people to like cooperate with you?
But even if we
one thing I do want to say is like you can't like make them move out, because like where would they go necessarily? Like they'll go to the blue states, but they won't have like a home to go to. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why the idea that it's just going to happen overnight. That like, okay, we're splitting the country, and just like a marriage divorce, like, okay, now we're all done. I don't think it would work out like that. It would be something that would be rolled out over 10 years, 15 years,
like
20 years.
Festering the wound, though.
How do you mean?
Because we're already like divided in basically every part of our culture and politics.
So we should just keep letting the division go until we get to war?
I'm saying it wouldn't change anything, because it'd be the same people who hold the same beliefs are still going to be around you, so it's going to be divided anyway. So like, how are you going to change that
for now?
In the meantime,
for now, the people around you will be different for now, but let's say even 30% of all people in the country will relocate and go to somewhere that fits their ideology. Then now the people who have chosen to, let's say they're liberal and they're in a red state, and we do have this divorce, and they end up in a red state being a liberal. Well, they can decide to, okay, these are the laws here. I can either stay or I can leave. If I can't afford to leave, then what's been created is a bastion of my values somewhere other than here, so my kids can go live there. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. So let's, Vincent says, Patrick and SpongeBob had the best idea. How about we all take those people and just push them somewhere else? Yep. Anyone wants to send them to Cuba? Jesus. Oh, Jesus. But
I think personally that we should just have a new setup of government, to be honest. I feel like the whole Republican and Democrat thing isn't working, and it hasn't for a while now.
But that's not a setup of government. That's a setup of the culture, because we only take two parties seriously.
This is why I did that stream on the Mises Caucus and the Libertarian Party. And now, who was it? Indie Film was telling us about Andrew Yang's new party.
The Queen Control Act? No.
Yeah, but so there's voting for different parties, but there's also the notion of ranked choice voting. Are you guys familiar with this?
I mean, it's probably something I've heard of, just not in that wording.
So you would rank instead of just casting a vote for one person, you would do a ranking. So let's say there is 10 different parties running. So you would you could just put the one as your first and just cast that ballot, or you could do 1, 2, 3. You could do 1, 2, 3, and it's a cumulative thing. So the idea of people not wanting to waste their vote by voting for a third party goes away, because they put what they actually think at the top, and because it's a smaller party, then a Republican or Democrat is probably going to win, so they would put that second. But just one cycle of doing that, one election cycle, would show so many people do not want the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, that it would change the way that we view politics entirely.
All those people just cheat and put 0.
Well, I mean, that could work. So anything else? If I'm talking about the federalist system, I don't really know what you mean. I am talking about the notion of how we could operate as a operate as a 2 different countries, and I don't think we would have the same federal jurisdiction. It's just okay. It's in not a Democratic Republican thing. It's the federal government thing. Way too much power in the Fed.
Yeah.
Not at all what the founders wanted. Like, yes, yeah. So it prevents the corporate level of like donations and money that goes into politics to be able to force us normal people to be like, okay, well, I got to vote either red or blue, otherwise, my vote's going to be wasted. That's what we're talking about.
And I feel like now it's become who's the lesser evil nowadays.
Exactly. Yep. That's precisely.
I don't see it as that way. I see them as just evil or incompetent. So pick.
That's what the lesser 2 evils means. It means they both suck. I don't like either of them, but I gotta pick somebody. And so instead of that, you could, that's what I did in 2016. I wasn't really very well initiated. I was 2016, so I was about 25. I was turning 26 right around election day, and I just didn't know that much. I felt like I should start learning, and I was watching MSNBC and CNN and Fox, thinking that I'm getting a wide array here. Oh, I'm going to watch all 3 of the news channels. And they convinced me. They convinced me if Trump wins, the world is going to end.
You got hit with a psyop.
Absolutely. I didn't know any better. And I was like, okay, well, fuck Hillary Clinton. I'm going for Bernie. Fucking Bernie all day. God. And then, of course, obviously, the DNC didn't let that happen. And so I'm standing there. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what to do. I can't vote for Trump. I hate Hillary Clinton. But I have to. They made me feel like I have to. And so I will never, ever, ever, ever again vote for somebody, or excuse me, vote against somebody. I will only vote for somebody. For instance, right? They got me.
That's one of the reasons why I don't watch the news, because it makes you feel victimized in a way. It's like, if you do this, you're racist, or if you do that, you're not a good person. Like,
well, it depends on where you're getting your news from, which is what I learned. Because
true,
as you can see, I didn't stop watching the news. All I did was find better news. And that's not easy. It takes time, and it is different for everybody, because your values should be unique unto yourself. That doesn't mean you won't have overlap with other people, but your values should be your values. And so then when you understand, okay, this is what I think, like, just, you start with the big questions. Start with, the Roe v. Wade issue. Start with the death penalty. These extreme things. And you can find yourself like, okay, what do I personally think? Regardless of what the news is saying, let me think what I feel about this. Then when you do that with enough things, then the place on the political landscape is kind of obvious to you because you'll hear other people saying the things that you agree with. And you're like, oh, okay, yeah, that guy's got it. And then people were saying the shit that you don't agree with. But the problem is, everybody's fucking lying. So I don't know what to do. Bernie definitely has the backbone of a jellyfish.
I don't have the backbone of a jellyfish. Shut up.
The millionaires and the billionaires. Well, not the millionaires, because now I'm a millionaire, but the billionaires.
The American people are tired of women. That was his
That
best
probably
quote.
would have got him elected, right? And the American people want you to grab them by the pussy. Oh man, I think
He's not going to be alive for long.
I think Bernie's still alive. I don't know for how much longer, but they're all. That's a whole other issue about the average age of the people in power. You know, I can't. I mean, You guys said you were both 19, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm 18.
So yeah, you guys are 18, 19. I'm 32. So I not quite twice your age, but up there. And
Technically, you'd be old enough to run for president.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah.
Speaking of that, they need to.
Oh shit! I'm almost AOC is the same age as me. That's weird.
I feel like the age that you need to be president is like so arbitrary and weird.
It kind of is. It's 35 is. It's kind of I mean, it is arbitrary, but
there's no,
we have to pick a number
maximum
somewhere.
either, is there?
I don't think so.
I feel like the age thing has more to do with making sure you have experience with life and leadership.
But you don't, because most of the people who are smart nowadays are in their 20s.
That's true.
Is it though?
Yes, very much so.
That's some shit a fucking teenager would say. All the smart people in the world are in their 20s.
Well, yeah, they're the ones running all the small businesses.
No.
Yeah.
No. So you have, I mean, I'm not going to get into a whole conversation now about demographics. Vincent, how old are you? Vincent, come on up here, bro. I need your help with these fucking children. JH says 35 is good.
Hey, bro, that's not nice. I'm not a child.
And indie films want Trump and Candace Owens.
No, that is the worst ticket you could ever
I
run
don't
on.
know about all of that. No, I don't really like Candace.
Not even.
She is
I don't like her
a
either.
grifter. She just will say whatever is the thing that will get her clicks. And that doesn't mean that she says things or that she doesn't say things that I agree with. That doesn't mean that she isn't smart, but her only goal is to say what will get her attention and clicks. And that's exactly what I was talking about when I was saying that you have to, that it's not easy to find better news because Candace Owens is better than Candace Owens is better than CNN, but that's a pretty low bar.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, you would have to point out what needs to be corrected there. That just means nothing at that point.
Yeah, come on up. I'll drop that link again. That's some shit to say. Let's do it. This is what we're here for. We're a community. But I do agree that being it's when I was 19, when I was 25, I thought that was the end all be all too. Everybody told me.
Say that. I said
I know.
Because the 20s are the most populous people right now, aren't they?
No.
Yeah,
People in their 30s and 40s are the most successful people in terms of.
I didn't say successful. I said populous, like the amount of them. Like that
Like
age
which
range.
companies? So if you're talking about populous, then you're talking about more popular companies then.
I'm not talking about companies. I'm talking about people who run small businesses.
AKA a company.
No, the people who work for them. Like the ones who are on the job doing everything.
So they know more than the people they work for.
No, they know the
No, they're the
specifics
majority
of the majority of the people who are working, like the ones who are most easy to educate about politics. Because if you're already entrenched in politics, you're going to believe everything that the people who are
Vincent,
above
help!
you say.
Vincent, help! Help me! I'm gonna seem like a dick because I'm not. Anna gets mad at this too. But like, sometimes you younger guys say things that are very clearly due to your age. And it's not me trying to big brother you. It's not trying to do anything. But the notion that people in their 20s are the majority of the workforce, when there's that the math doesn't even line up. There's people in their 30s. There's people in their 40s. There are people in their 50s. They're all that are all working. So how could the one decade be the majority of the workforce? That doesn't make sense.
Because people's in their late 30s and early 40s are having the most children because the age of pregnancy has been pushed back so much.
What does that have to do with them working?
Because the people who are their children are like around half their age, which is 20s.
Wait, say that again? Say that again?
20s. Like, okay, I'm saying this. The people who are having pregnancies, majority nowadays, are in their late 30s because they don't feel they have enough finances to sustain a child until that time.
Okay.
So if you have half the age of the parents around, you'd be in your early 20s when you start like working, like when you start noticing the stats for people working for their small business.
Let's back up because I'm confused because I thought you said
I'll be right back.
The average. All right. The average age of people who are Vincent or Sketchy. Just put something in the chat when you're back. What I thought you were saying is that the majority of people who are in the workforce are in their 20s.
Well, no, because the majority of those would be the college students.
Okay, well, so originally what I thought you said is the people who know the most are in their 20s.
No. What?
All right, we got to go to the tape. Let's go to the tape.
I didn't say the most knowledge. I said the ones that are malleable, the ones that you can educate into politics, that are not entrenched into the politics of the government already, like the ones who are the populists.
I mean, I don't know if that. I don't think that's true. I just don't think so. I think at that age, you haven't had enough life experience to know the things that you need to know in order to run a country.
But what do you need to know? How are you going to know that until you do it?
See, exactly. I don't know because I never run a country. But
exactly. So how would you know other than just wing it and then hope for the best?
Because I've run a YouTube channel. And that is a very, very, very small version of running a thing. And I know that myself at 25 would not be as good at doing this as I am now. And that has to do with life experience. It has to do with doing things that you don't want to do, looking to the long term, looking at risk and reward. All of these things come with age. Posital is with me. Posital, come help me. Come help me. So he said, no, most young people as employees in companies have less powerful positions than older people because of experience and improvement in skills. So older people run the companies.
That is a fact.
That's also a fact, not related to what I said.
So that's what we thought you were saying. Both of us thought you were saying that. So
no,
it's not on me. So
I guess I just can't articulate it correctly.
So, but this is a very interesting point because I would love to know what it is that you think about this group of people. So what is it that you were proclaiming about people who are in their 20s? What is the thing that you were saying about those people?
Well, it was something that I was thinking about for the presidency thing. Like, why is the age 35 when theoretically anybody in their early to mid 20s can do the exact same job, but also have the time to grow into a leadership position? Because like when you're 35, you're already kind of like, you're not old, but you're getting to the upper echelon.
Oh, honey, sweetie, baby.
Well, I would say that's because the age thing is because just because you're 20 years of age, you're working doesn't mean you have the leadership skills or the education or the things that it takes to run a country. You know what I mean? Because you gotta be
I know
working
that.
with other world
That's a
leaders.
great point. That's a great point, Posital. How do you know how to navigate let's say you're out with a group of people. Let's say you're out for your girlfriend's 21st birthday, right? All her friends are there, and she's got a huge group. Some girls, some dudes. They're all whatever. Everybody's getting shit faced. How do you know the difference? All right. That probably would have been a better example. I wish you had said that first. But sticking with the club thing, how do you know when the town drunk of the club, like the resident drunk of the club, like the regular, how do you know when he is getting too close to your girl?
Honestly,
it's a really
I don't know what
abstract
this
question,
means.
right?
No, I don't know what this means, honestly.
Exactly.
But there's no point there.
There
You
is
can
a point
say
there.
exactly all you want.
The
That
point
doesn't
is
answer what I was saying.
No, the point is that this is a situation that has clear answers that you can't even fathom because you've never been in that position. So if you can't even navigate making sure you're good on all of that comes with your girl's 21st birthday. And if you've had a girlfriend on her 21st birthday, there's a lot there. If you already know how to deal with that, then that is a microcosm of dealing with the problems of the world. And again, that's just an example. But there's it comes down to life experience, and we can't. It's not anything that we can say any more specifically because it is all of it. It's all of the things. The taxes are a good point. A good point here. Have you ever filed your own taxes?
Well, no, because I haven't made any significant amount of money yet.
Have you ever held a significant amount of money?
Yeah, kind of.
What is kind of?
2,000.
So you've never had more than $2,000 at one time in your possession?
Because I've had to chip in and help my.
That's fair. I'm not making fun of you.
household.
I'm just saying there's a lot more money at stake when you're the president than $2,000.
Yeah, but that's why they delegate all their duties to their department heads.
How do you know how do you know who to delegate what to?
You don't, because that's the point. All of the politicians don't seem to know either.
I mean, I can't disagree with you there, but the fact is, I agree with you that 35 Vomit, these are your friends. We got Sketchy what's the second part of your name? Sketchy Place, and Sanzik is a regular panel member. And I'll drop the link again if you want to come up as well.
And one thing I would also like to point out is you don't see very many people in their 30s making it very far in the election debates. You know what I mean?
Yes. Why do you think that is?
Because
I feel like they drop out because their approval rates aren't high enough, in a sense that people aren't seeing their good leadership skills in them yet.
Right. And why do you think that is? Why do you think there's a relevance between not seeing leadership skills and age?
Because they're still experiencing some aspects of life, and there are some problems that they haven't come across to deal with.
Right.
I mean, that's fair, but they don't even finish the problems they already have as of now for our current politicians.
Okay, but there's a difference between being corrupt and being inept.
Yeah, but they're all both. They can't seem to get out of their own ways.
Honey, sweetie baby. They are far from... I mean, Joe Biden might be inept, but the people pulling the strings know exactly what the fuck they're doing. How the fuck do you think they got Biden as president after Trump was in there?
Aggressive.
Again, I'm not a
marketing
Trump fan.
Against Trump?
Yeah. How do you think that happened?
Because the media propped it up?
Right. So
That's
how
what
is
I'm saying. The swamp is too entrenched. Get people that are actually local to their communities in positions of power.
But we're talking about the federal government. We're talking about the
I
president's
think the
cabinet.
federal government should be way smaller than it is anyway.
I agree with you. But you're saying that it's better to have people in their 20s running the country.
I didn't say it's better. I said we should give it a chance because there's
For
no
what reason?
opportunities.
For what reason?
So that you can grow into a leadership position.
I don't
instead
want.
of just
I don't.
starting out.
I do not
Great.
want a president who needs to grow. I want a president who's grown and is on day one is ready to lead me.
But we don't have any.
How does lowering the age fix that?
Gives more people a chance to try.
But the idea is that if you are, if we already have a minimum age, first of all, JFK was the youngest president, and he was like, I think he was
40s,
around 40. Yeah, he was like 40-ish, around there. And even then, he was given shit for not having the experience in government.
Yeah.
There's things that you need to do that take time. And so if you're only an adult legally at 18, then by the time you're 23, there simply isn't enough time for you to learn all of the things. Hell no. Hell no. I mean, I don't trust myself now to run a country either, but if I was running against my 20-year-old self, that would be a landslide. Are you kidding me? Guys, it's not anything against you. It's just how, and I'm sure that when I am 40, I'm sure 10 years from now, I'll still be saying, guys, you just don't know. I remember when I was 32 and da-da-da-da-da-da. Don't you feel the same way about 15-year-olds who think they know everything? Isn't it like, oh my God, these fucking kids, these teenagers. I thought that when I was 15, I thought I knew everything. Is that the case?
I don't know any 15-year-olds who aren't ADHD riddled messes.
That was not the question.
They don't know anything though. They don't try to act like they know anything. They're too apathetic.
I'll put it like this. Say a 20-year-old was president, right?
Mm-hmm.
So say he was gonna go. The U.S. and another country were gonna go to like a nuclear war, in a sense, right?
Okay.
And the only way to prevent that is by the two leaders meeting up and having conversation. But say that it doesn't go well, in terms of just talking over problems, and then that ends up being a nuclear war. So can you really trust a 20-year-old with that kind of responsibility?
Well, no, obviously not, because you're not, like, you wouldn't do that anyway. You would have somebody on your side who would talk for you. That's kind of what they do already. The whole press meetings and all that stuff, that's basically just a bunch of...
No. He's talking about like when Trump went over the North Korean line without any security or anything. When Trump goes over to talk to Putin. When Trump goes to talk to the leader of whatever, Saudi Arabia. And there's different cultures and there's different things here and there's different things there. I'm not saying that a 25-year-old couldn't get direction on how to do this, that. But then why wouldn't the person giving the directions be the president?
I mean, we have a president already who doesn't give directions.
But it's not that Joe Biden was always this old dude. He's got almost 50 years of government experience.
He was vice president for Obama for like two terms.
He's not.
I'm not saying that makes him good. I'm not saying that makes him good. I'm saying that makes him experienced. And that matters in the opinion of people who are voting. You have to imagine, is this person going to know how to handle the novel situation that nobody has dealt with before? Do you have the skill of enough new experiences to be able to understand the nuances of this novel situation?
Well, obviously, you could say that for anyone, though.
I agree, which is precisely why I agree with you that 35 is arbitrary, but I agree that that is a good, it's arbitrarily good. It's a good arbitrary number. 40 seems a little high. 30 seems a little low.
Well, I guess I'll just disagree, because that's not at all what I would believe, honestly.
Okay, so what What is it? Where am I wrong?
I mean, you're not wrong, but you're not right. So if it works
Okay,
that
so where
way,
am I not
neither
right?
am I.
I don't like being not right. So please help me. Where am I not right?
I mean, I just said it.
Well, maybe I'm dumb.
I guess, but I'm dumb too. So
So run it by me one more. Run it by me one more time, so I can really understand what we're doing here. What is it that I'm not correct about?
I can't point to specific examples of the last 20 minutes.
All
Like,
right.
I
Well,
don't
then,
remember exactly what you said.
fair enough. Fair enough. So then, let's just move on to the idea that what happens if we do not go to if we do not go through a national divorce. Do you think? So I'll go to sketch first. Do you think there will be a hot civil war? Hot meaning we are actually taking up arms and firing guns at each other. Do you think we will find ourselves in another civil war if we don't divorce?
That's a hard question. I would say that depends on the next year or so. If how we progress in the next year or so will depend on whether or not we have a civil war. If we get worse or if we get better, but from the looks of it, we might get worse. So I would say we will have a civil war on our hands pretty soon.
I actually am a little bit more optimistic. I think that if we were to, I don't think people are willing to fight. I think people are scared. I think people are weak, myself included. I'm not fucking trying to go out there and fight people. Like, what? I'm a YouTuber. I fucking talk for a living. Like, hey, yo, relax. Let's get along. And I think a lot of people, might talk a big game, but I think it's very rare that people are going to be willing to take up arms and really go out there. And obviously, we've seen that people are going to do it, but hopefully, we can keep that to a minimum. That's Stan. Oh, I guess that's you. Do you? Sansa, do you have a friend that you think would be a great president?
I don't have many friends, so no.
Fair enough. Paztal says, "Let the young adults provide, and create new ideas.
Provide creative."
Like I'd
let the young adults provide creative and new ideas, but let the mature, experienced people handle these ideas for the better, or at least better."
What I'd like to make a response to that. My cousin, she had a good job. She was had a rough start at adulthood, let's just say. And my uncle gave her the option to you live in a house he rented out to her. And basically she got a job. And then one of her friends was like, hey, you know what? Let's start a business together. So she's going into that blindly, but I don't think that she realizes that most businesses fail when they start and that she needs to have a job in backup because she completely quit her job. So I think that was an example of an inexperienced decision that she made on her part.
Right.
Because if your business fails and you're not making any money or income, how are you going to pay your rent? How are you going to eat?
Exactly.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not unique to age. It's just a correlation. But when I was around probably 23, quit my job. I was like, okay, I'm going to make a bunch of, I've been playing guitar since I was 5 years old. I could easily make a living teaching guitar lessons. So I'm just going to quit. I'm going to quit my job. I'm going to buy some business cards on Vistaprint, make a couple flyers at home, post them up wherever, post it on Facebook, make a group, all this shit. Guess how many customers I had? Guess how many clients I
3.
had, rather. Nope.
None.
0.
No. I had
1.
one. And you know how I got that one? I was like, hey, I'm trying to start a business. I'll give anybody 10 free lessons.
Oh God. Yeah, I don't think you're the 1 in 10,000 who can start a business like that.
I mean, now I could if I knew, because
Maybe, yeah.
I know by and large, what I was doing wrong. I know that I was putting too much effort in, or too much weight on the people that I knew. I assumed that a bunch of people, let's just teaching guitar lessons. Hey, yeah, let me help them out. Let me try.
Yeah, I have no assumptions that would ever work.
I think Kevin Samuels said it best himself. It takes a lot more than just going on a platform and saying, "Oh, I'm doing this. I'm starting a business, or I'm doing this," and putting cards out there. It takes a lot more than that.
Super facts. R.I.P. The Godfather. What did I miss here? Any film said, I think that depends on the Fed. I can see states ignoring Fed mandates. If the Fed decides to send in troops, shit will go down. I agree, but the real question that is brought up with that is, what will that take? Because it does not look good for a president to send in troops on civilians.
I do feel like, though, that the majority of our troops would side with the red states. I do feel that the majority would.
Well, the majority of the troops are in red states. Texas alone is like most of the Southern Army, like state army, at least.
Yeah.
So, but what really matters is who's giving the orders. So, what are the generals and such? What is their political leaning? And again, when you get that high in the government, it really is more about it's just about politics. It's the same thing as any other vein of politics, and it's tough. It's tough. There's no, I'm not expecting us to figure this out here. We're just talking, but there's so many problems with all of this that this is why we need to have these conversations. This is why I want to bring this space into existence so that we could do this. I don't think we solved anything, but I learned. I hope you guys learned some shit, and we're gonna come back on Wednesday and learn some more shit. Sounds like a good plan, right? Anyone got a better one?
Yes, sir.
Vaughn says, sorry, I put my talking and I
He said it's text to speech, so it's going to be hard to read.
Okay, so let me try. All right, I'm going to try to figure this out. Sorry, I'm talking and share much like sorry about was that what it was? Sorry about my talking and sharing much like I said, I'm not educated enough to really talk much about this.
And sharing. Much like I said, I'm not educated enough to really talk much about this. And it's kind of an topic. But I'll give you the watch time. And
hey! Shouts for that. Why don't you come on up and ask some questions? And, we'll teach you some stuff, man. There is no reason to feel ashamed that you don't know something. And
yeah, I don't know a lot.
There's a lot that all of us don't know. Any film said, I agree that military effectiveness would be reduced. And yeah, that's what it was. We got you. Known as half the battle. You're not gonna come up, Vincent? Come on, bro. All right. Well, I'm gonna give you guys the floor. If you got a channel, social media, anything else that you want to plug, and any last words on the topic itself. Sketch, I'm going to you first. The floor is yours.
Subscribe to my OnlyFans. I'll sell feet pics.
Fair enough. Sanzik?
Tell me how much money you make off that. I might do it too.
Nothing
but no,
plug,
really. But no, Twitter. That's my Twitter on screen.
On screen. All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen. I really appreciate you coming up. Get the fuck rid of you. Why the fuck can't I kick you out of here? Oh, because I made you a fucking thing. All right. Well, bye. No. So we went over a lot of shit today. But the focus is what is the effect of a national divorce? What would be the result? What would be the result if we don't? The point here is to be asking better questions. We don't have to know all of, even though indie film is right and knowing is half the battle, we don't have to necessarily have all the answers. All we need to do tonight is have a place or get to a place where we're asking better questions than we were at the start of the stream. If we did that, we won. That's all we had to do today. That's it. Posital said, what's the difference between national divorce and what we have today? I mean, it's just more parties with opposing ideas. No, it would be a legitimately different, it would be a different country. So, let me pull up the, so this one, no. This one, nope. Yeah. So 66% of the Southern Republicans voted yes to seceding from the United States to join a new union, the Southern Union, made up of Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, North and South Carolina, Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee. So that's where we're starting. We're starting as that is the new South. Vincent, I will let you know Wednesday afternoon. Join the Discord so that you can get ahead of it. I don't know. I fly by the seat of my pants. I try to do whatever is most relevant that is also going to be evergreen. I am looking, if any of you guys are good with guns, I am looking to do a guns stream. And I don't know a lot about guns. I want to look at stuff so that, you guys, as well as myself, can learn. But if I had somebody there on stream with me to help, guide, since I don't know anything, that would be cool. Other than that, I'll let you guys know when I figure it out. So like two countries. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. We would have two different countries in the same way that Canada has their own laws and their own constitution, their own Bill of Rights or whatever. Then and United States has our shit. Then we would split the United States into blue states and red states. I don't know if we'd call it that, but we'd be splitting up the country, and so it no longer be the United States. And in the same way that Asia and Europe, or Eurasia, as they used to call it, is one landmass. In the same way that Canada, United States, and Mexico is one landmass. We have borders and different laws. And that way, we, all right. Well, I guess I gotta make a Patreon tonight. I should do that for real. And I haven't used Discord since I blocked a chick on there. She found me on TikTok. Make a new one, brother. I promise you, it is worth it. It is way cooler than just a chat room, and we need people in there for it to be something that we can use. Right now, there's just a few of us, and I think it's fun. Sketchy Plays is all up in there. I really appreciate that. I was just talking to Captain Paul today from the Talking Shit podcast. But yeah, hit the link. If you don't, I mean, you could. It's nothing permanent. It's just another. It's just another app. You just put in your email. If you don't like it, then you can leave. She couldn't take it. And absolutely, this would be a great name. I would vote for this name, the United Indigenous Emirates. I love that. That sounds exotic, and yet the indigenous part makes it feel like we belong, right? I love that. Positile said, do you think if this happened, the same pattern will follow where a group will divide over time? Theoretically, yes. but the amount of time that we're talking about would be like, America's been a country for 200 years. So I would assume that it would be at least another 200 years before we're confronting the same types of problems. And so it's, just like Thanos, it's not necessarily a one and done fix it, and that's it. But it's meant to be something that we can jump off of. Like, okay, now that we're our own country and we don't have to worry about those people implementing their ideology on us, then we can live in a way, we can write our laws in a way that is more appropriate to what we believe and the way that we want to live. And that's all people want to do. That's all people want to do. Whether it's Bill Maher or the Young Turks or anybody else, the message so often is to hate the other side. But the more we talk about how much in common we have, and the more we talk about the reality that we do have some very fundamental differences. There are people who genuinely believe that extortion is the same as murder. And there are people who truly believe that the way we live is dictated by a man in the sky. Both of those things can coexist in the world, but I don't think both of those things can coexist in the same country under the same jurisprudence. So with that, I don't know a better way to tie a bow on that. Please, like I said, go check out the Discord. The link is in the description, along with some support links. As you see, I'm not yet monetized, although I do put a lot of time and money into the channel. So if you would like to help out, I would totally fucking love that. But of course, you don't have to do that. It is completely free to like, to comment, to subscribe, and ring the bell. And it's even more free. Yes, it's more free to share it with your friends. That is really what's going to get this blown up. I know that what I'm doing here is not super congruent with the algorithm. This channel is not going to blow up to 1 million subscribers by the end of the year. That's not going to happen. And I am okay with that because I want a place for us. But I can't do it by myself. I need your help, guys. And especially before I'm getting money, all I need is for you guys to put the word out. Tweet, hey, the Indian Jesus is live. One friend, be like, yo, have you seen this shit? I'm on TikTok, it's just putting clips of the streams, all that shit. And it's for us. It's not just for me. It's for us. I know that, Sans was saying, I don't have any friends. I don't have any fucking friends either. If you're sitting in front of the screen for 4.5 hours watching me, you probably don't have any friends either. But guess what? We could be friends together. And it sounds gay. It sounds stupid, but we all think alike. We all can have a legit ass place to come and chill. The Discord is going to be even more, obviously the stream is more of a show, but in the Discord, that's a real hangout. But I can't do it alone. So what do we got before we Posital says, do you think we answered that one? He said, do you think social media and technology will speed a division like a country? Absolutely. That's everything that was in place that was, tearing us apart. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. If you get that reference, you win a prize. Everything that was tearing us apart was exacerbated by social media. And that's a good point. Like I said, 200 years for the USA, but it might become half the years in the future. It's very possible. Very possible. Then said current popular buzzwords are nuance, mutually exclusive, and equity. I'm a big fan of nuance. I'm a big fan of understanding mutual exclusivity, but equity, I don't like that one. Vaughn says the biggest support I can give is watch time and share, and that is all I need from you, brother. I appreciate that more than you know. More than you know. Even just even just hanging out, I don't often, I mention the support links, but I don't ask you guys for money that often because I'm having fun. I'm having a good time, and I would like to quit my job so that I could do this full time, but that's not what this is about. This is about creating a place for me and for you, for us together to hang out and have somewhere to talk about things that you can't talk about anywhere else, and talk with people who get it. Who get it? You guys all here. All of you guys here get it. Hey, Indie Film got it with that name. You better get it. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Oh, you youngins won't get it. But that's what we're doing. So if you believe in the cause, one share per video, and we will blow the fuck up. We'll blow the fuck up. The Discord will be raging all the time. I'll have the resources to do more movie nights, and I could pay for other stuff that we could watch privately. Dude, I have plans. But I need you guys to get there. I cannot do it alone. Watch time, likes, shares, comments, those all help tremendously. In fact, at this point, I would rather you do all 4 instead of giving me money. If you were thinking about giving me money and you haven't shared or commented on every video that I have, keep your money. And just comment on everything I got. Comment on like every little thing. I already do, bro, but I can't put them on YouTube. But in Discord, we could show movies. We're gonna do the Everything Everywhere All at Once movie night, but there was only like 3 people in there at the time, and nobody was around. But if there's a bunch of you, and I'm like, hey, yo, this Sunday, who wants to watch this? Then I could just stream it, and meetups, all that shit, bro. This is legit. I got plans. So let's do this. Hell yeah. You already know. Thank you, Ramen. I appreciate that, guys. So I appreciate all of you guys for hanging out and for contributing to this. Even this one show, even this one stream, I couldn't do by myself. I mean, I could, but it would probably be pretty boring. So thank you guys. Thank you. I so much appreciate that you're here, and I hope you come back Wednesday. And before then, like, comment, subscribe, share, bell, all that good stuff. And even if you don't want to do any of that shit, even if you just want to sit at home and think about how awesome I am and how great this channel is, that'd be all right too. There goes Morty. Until next time, guys, I am your host, Lech, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, peace.